Yep. Also known as ball with the ball, ba bang a bang diggy dee. 2 and because it's probably likely to come up. And 1. Come on. 2. How the heck does this not actually work? I do not. And 3. Works fine everywhere else. Oh well. Hello, ladies, gentlemen, airplanes, and other such things. Nope, I gotta do the thing about the light again. I keep forgetting. Well, it's not I keep forgetting, it's... I only realized recently that, I guess with it getting darker outside. Earlier in the northern hemisphere, lighting is a bit more of an issue. There we go. I really should get like a ring light or something. Fortunately, they're relatively inexpensive. I don't need anything fancy. I just need something functional. But, yeah, you know what? I have a lamp. It works. That being said, time to start. So, yes, now we get to work on Planar Chaos. And, Planar Chaos has got 2 big things going on for it. One is it takes a look at cards that like its overarching theme is what would happen if we took card X, whatever X is, and we put it in a different color. But Time Spiral as a block has got a few things that are happening within that entire premise. Time Spiral itself references the past. Planar Chaos is an alternate present. Future Sight, which will be next week, is a possible future. And so within that structure, they want references to stuff that we're familiar with. But some of it is like I'll just, because they're on the screen, I'll show a couple of examples of where my brain is trying to go. So 1, you have Saltfield Recluse. And this isn't part of discussion of what I think of the card for, for Commander or whatever. This is explaining kind of, some of the thought process of why this card is the way it is. So it's a 3 mana 1/2. Target creature gets -2/-0 till end of turn. So that's not a kind of ability that white is known for getting. Until you start looking at it through a different lens. In many cases, this is tap, prevent the next 2 damage to be dealt to target creature or player. Or to any target, really. Now, there's sometimes that this would be better, and sometimes that would be worse, so it kind of evens out. you know, this is primarily a combat-oriented thing. So it's not going to help against cards like Fireball, you know, Chain Lightning, Hurricane, stuff, you know, stuff that are instant or sorceries that deal damage. But then you can have instances sorceries that deal damage based on a creature's size, such as your various fight spells. So, you know, here's the general concept. Well, here's an exception, but here's an exception to that exception, which brings it back. But it's also really powerful when you're dealing with stuff that's got double strike, which hasn't existed for very long by this point. You know, the first cards that had double strike, I believe, were in, I want to say, Onslaught block. Date less than Onslaught O colon double strike. Okay. Wasn't Onslaught, was it Legions? Yeah, Legions was the first time we had it. The fact that they've never had the mechanic before. 4 mana for a 2/1 with double strike feels about right-ish. You're basically costing it as a 4 mana 4/1, which makes sense. And Rock Shard Elemental is 7 mana 4/3 with double strike and morph. Okay, you know, it's kind of costed like an 8/3, which would average to a, let's say, a 6/5. For 7, you're paying an extra mana, but also, you know, you're paying a little bit more because it's also got morph, and it's also a higher rarity. So yeah, okay, I can see that. So, and whoops, and that came out in 2003. This is 2007. So the the ability has only been around for 4 years by this point. So there are some cards that see play with double strike by this point. But not a lot. There are 19 cards that have the phrase double strike so far. Without going too deep into them, Burrow Swiftblade I think did see some actual play. Deathmask Duplicant saw play because it's idiot stuff. Dragon Tyrant was in, I want to say Dragon Tyrant saw some play in like Full English Breakfast because you're suddenly swinging for 16, 6 points of double strike damage with fire breathing, so that's fairly easy. Fire Shrieker, I don't think yet. Psychotic Fury, I don't think so. Rakdos Pit Dragon, I know I was interested in. I don't think anybody else was. Savage Beating, largely because it gave extra combat. And Sunhome was just like a value add to a deck that's already running Boros. So there was some, there wasn't a lot. Anyway, so doing the usual, a little bit more, a little bit less, etc., etc. Saltfield Recluse basically boils down to Tap, prevent the next 2 damage to any target. But slightly worse than that, I would say. And so, costing it similarly to something like a Sandmite Healer, um, I could see that. Then you get cards like Calciderm. Again, not not covering this as a card, but more why this is the way it is. Now you're looking at Vanishing. Well, Vanishing is a cleaner iteration of Fading, which existed during Mercadian Mass Block, I believe it was. And so, a lot of cards. And this is the other thing to point out, and I'll just flip through some of the colors real quickly. Um, the border, you'll have this kind of border, and I'll just pull up Ghost Tactician real quick. This kind of border is your regular version. This is what a white card, which is basically a color shifted version, i.e., let's take this old card, move it into another color. They call that color shifting because that was a big thing in that set. Blue, here's your standard blue that we're more or less accustomed to by this point. Here's your color shifted blue. Black, regular black, color shifted black, red, regular red, color shifted red. You'll start noticing this thing about the actual framework. I think a big thing, a big idea that you'll be able to notice a lot easier is the section here where the card name is. Is colored more obviously, more prominently. Regular green, your lighter color of, in this case, green with black name. Color shifted, a much more darker green closer to the outside border with white text. There were no multicolored. And then, did we have... No. And here's the thing. Even when it's a white card, they still manage to find the way to make the primary text where they've got the card name in white. Because this is more like a... I don't know what color you would call that. Goldish, bronzish. I don't know. Somewhere in that. That's... It's not yellow. It's obviously not red. It's not green. It's not blue. It's more towards a yellowish, brownish color. I don't know. I'm gonna have to ask somebody who's actually involved with, art, color, etc. how to qualify that. Anyway, and so any of the color shifted cards, they may have had some mechanical tweaking, you know, using vanishing instead of fading, but for all intents and purposes, they are let's pick up a card, let's put in another color. And the only changes otherwise are things like the creature type. For example, Revered Dead was a this is Drudge Skeletons. Well, they took Drudge Skeletons, put it in white because if it wasn't going to be in black, white would be the other color to have it make sense. But white at this point, we're many years before MCAT is a glimmer in anybody's eye yet. This is, the closest to an undead thing that you get in white would be like a spirit. Oh, a spirit soldier. Okay, this is what we're looking at. Malak of the Dawn. The first male angel that we actually see in the game. They're few and far between. I think you can probably count them on one hand the number of times we've actually had male angels in the art, because they've always been female, which is part of the reason why we got the art that we did. They wanted it to be a male angel. This is Planar Chaos. If you've got if you've got an alternate past, or an alternate present rather, angels typically in Magic the Gathering have got a female look to them. Well, if it's an alternate, let's make them male. And there's nothing wrong with that. And this is one card I really liked for multiple reasons. But yeah, that being said, as Monty Python has said in at least one of their movies, get on with it. So, Ghost Tactician. This is a spell shaper, but with an ability that you don't generally expect. Well, what's spell shaping? So spell shaping, obviously, you pay a relevant cost, tap it, discard a card, get some ability. Release date ascending. Scare tactics. Creatures you control get +1/+0 till end of turn. So it's taking scare tactics, which is a black card, but turning it into, spell shaping it into, but this is an alternate present. So it references a black card, but it doesn't have to be, because it's not actually taking the card and putting it into a new color. It's taking some extra steps to go that way. So it doesn't have a color shifted card frame. And you have Scare Tactics, which was a black card, being ported over into white, which is a place where it makes sense. Now, spell shapers in general. There's two ways to look at spell shapers. One, this is an effect I'm looking for. Creatures you control getting +1/+0 till end of turn. I don't think is quite enough for the ability. However, if you're playing with a bunch of small creatures, and you've got, say, 30 tokens in play, like Eldrazi Spawn, let's say. You got like 30 Eldrazi Spawn, or 30 saplings or, some other small creature token. Pay white, tap, and discard a card. Giving them all +1 power goes from like, okay, well, I'm attacking you for 30 to, well, now I'm attacking you for 60. And that's a huge deal. And if they're Eldrazi spawn tokens, they're 0 power creatures to begin with. Now I'm attacking you for 30. Kind of makes a difference. So there's the effect. And then there's the cost. And the cost involves this. So depending on the kind of deck that you're playing, if they're 1/1 creatures, you've doubled their power basically. And if they, and if they're 2 power creatures, you're doing 50% more damage. And then there's that on the possibility, as I mentioned before, they've got double strike. If you give a creature that's got double strike +1/+0, it's not dealing 1 extra damage, it's dealing 2. Assuming nothing else. Which, again, kind of a big deal. Then there's the cost, and relevantly here, the white mana doesn't matter. The tap probably doesn't matter. The discard a card, on the other hand, probably matters. Well, why does the discard a card matter? Well, ... Cards that they themselves want to be discarded. Okay? So, for example, the cards that have madness. Or cards that care about when a card is discarded. Cards that want to be in your graveyard. Stuff that has, for example, if it's got flashback, if its flashback cost is easier to deal with than its mana cost, you want to be in your graveyard. Also, discarding a card, some cards have effects while they're in the graveyard. Bridge from Blow is a famous card for really specifically wanting to be in the graveyard because it literally does 0 if it's on the battlefield. Bridge from Blow, what's that? It's a card we haven't covered yet. Because we may be talking about it next week. So it's triple black for an enchantment that has no effect while it's in play. So why would you have it in play? You shouldn't. While it's in your... And from what I understand, the reason for it having a triple black mana cost is that apparently certain colors have certain costs where their most powerful effects tend to be. I'm going by what I remember Mark Rosewater having posted at one point. It may not have been Mark Rosewater. I think it was. And if you're looking at the most powerful cards historically in each color, they usually tend to be like white has this and blue has this. White's cost might not be the same as blue's cost, might not be the same as blacks, might not be the same as reds, might not be the same as greens. But the big cards that you're looking at in a single color tend to be at this cost. Black's primary cost would be triple black. I think green's was green plus 1 for its most important relevant, like for its historically biggest, most relevant cards. And black's was like triple black, and that's where you got cards like, um, Necropotence, and now Necrodominance, and similar effects. And basically take a look through, let's see here, date less than, let's say Lorwyn. Um, let's see if that works the way I think it does. No. Devotion equal 3? Oh. So ID mana value equals 3. Mana less than 1? Does that work right? No. Okay, you know what? There we go. So, let's go release date. So, and not reprint. There we go. So, Dark Pact. Okay, so that only cares if if you're playing for ante. Basically, you exchange the top card of your deck with one of the cards in the ante, which technically means that it is now the top card of your library. Underworld Dreams. Whenever an opponent draws a card, Underworld Dreams deals 1 damage to that player. Season of the Witch. Upkeep cost of 2 life. At the beginning of each end step, destroy all untapped creatures that didn't attack that turn, except that creatures that couldn't attack. Necropotence we know about. Pox, each player loses a third of their life, hand, and creatures and lands, rounding up each time. Which means 4, because you round. Anything that's 3n plus 1 is bad for you, because you round up each time. So a third of 4 is 1.3, which rounds up to 2. Infernal Contract. Draw 4 cards for 3 mana as a sorcerer. Lose half your life rounded up, which you can play that off a Dark Ritual on turn 1 and get basically plus 2 cards, which is kind of a big deal. Kirvek's Bite. This is your finisher. Target player loses 5 life. I wish I had like gained 5 life as well, but whatever. Cruel Bargain, it's a reflavored Infernal Contract. Doomsday. Search your take your library and your graveyard and look for 5 cards between the two of them. Exile everything else, and then take those 5 cards, put them back as your new library in any order you want. You lose half your life. This historically was a really big deck in Legacy and Vintage, actually. it started getting a little less good, but then you got Death Cloud, which is basically the Expel version of Pox. Kuon Ogre Ascendant. If you ever get a chance to flip it, it turns into basically the Abyss. You know, there's some really good, strong, powerful effects that you can find at Triple Black. Bridge from Below was given that kind of cost. And it didn't need it. Like, it could have cost anything. It wouldn't matter. So why is Bridge from Below such a big deal? Bridge from Below is such a big deal because if it's in your graveyard and one of your non-token creatures die, you get a 2/2 zombie. If one of your opponent's non-token creatures die while Bridge is in the graveyard, you exile it. Which is actually part of the reason why you want it as an enchantment. Because it's like you cast some board wipe, kill all the creatures, then find a way to get the bridge into your graveyard. Presumably this is how they kind of conceived it. But if it's in the graveyard and you have any creatures die that are not tokens, you get a zombie for each one. So at this point, we'd already had the dredge mechanic, which was an okay deck. And there were ways to make it work. And the first ones played like Sutured Ghoul, which was fine. It basically turns around and says, it's basically a big trampling creature. Comes into play, you exile any number of creatures from your graveyard. Add up their total power, add up their total toughness. This is how big the ghoul is. So if you exile like 15 power and 12 toughness worth of creature, it's a 15-12 trample. But this is a card that you reanimate with some other effect. And then Bridge from Below comes out, and around this time, you also had Dread Return show up. And Narcomoeba comes out next set. Narcomoeba, if it ever gets milled, goes directly into play. What? If it ever gets milled, it jumps directly into play. By the time Time Spiral block is done, we have Dread Return, Bridge from Below, and Narcomoeba. The dredge mechanic has already existed for a while. And suddenly Dredge goes from, that's cute, to, oh my god, what is this? And Dredge starts being an actual legitimate deck. And a lot of that is from Bridge from Below. I'm going to show you one other card. And this came out in this existed back in Judgment. And this gave you another sack outlet. And it gave you a sack outlet. It also gave you some protection. What you really want to have happen is this is in your graveyard, being milled through dredgers, Golgari Grave Troll, Golgari Thug, Stinkweed Imp, stuff like that. You're basically milling yourself. Trying to get as many bridges in the graveyard as possible. And hopefully you flip over at least one Narcomoeba. If you get, if you get two, you're doing okay. If you hit 3, you're doing great. Cabal Therapy. If it gets flipped over, great. It's now in your graveyard. You sacrifice Narcomoeba. Let's say you've got 2 bridges in the graveyard. If you've got 2 bridges in the graveyard, you sacrifice 1 Narcomoeba that came directly into play from being milled. You got 2 bridges in the graveyard, you're going to get 2 zombies out of it. You choose non-land, you go through what Cabal Therapy says. What Cabal Therapy actually says it does almost doesn't matter. It does matter some. You name a card, your opponent reveals their hand, and then any cards with that name, they discard. But it almost doesn't matter if you hit or not. If you do hit, cool. You generally want to name stuff like Force of Will. But now you've got 2 zombies. Well, then you cast Dread Return. Which we talked about last week. Flashback, sacrifice 3 creatures. Pay the flashback cost, sacrificing 3 creatures. Okay, well, I'll sacrifice the 2 zombies that I just made, plus the Narcomoeba. I'll get 2 more zombies, and I'll reanimate whatever big creature I want that's in my grave. Or it doesn't even have to be a big creature. It often is. Historically, it would have been like some relevant control-based creature that could win you the game. So, a card like Blazing Archon, for example, from the original Ravnica set. If your opponent is playing some kind of, combat damage-based deck, even another dredge deck, they can't attack into you now. If they're playing a largely monocolored deck, you have... What's your name? Iono Shield of Emeria, eventually. Basically, you would have like a handful of creatures between your main deck and your sideboard that would just swing the game. Against another dredge deck. Elish Norngren Cenobite would also completely swing the game for you, because suddenly their creatures would come into play dead. Go away. Their creatures would come into play dead. Their Narcomoebas would automatically die. They wouldn't be able to combo kill you. Flamekin Zealot was their if you just wanted to be able to, like, win that turn. And I'll tell you right now, it was not hard, because I've played Dredge before. It's not hard to actually get your deck to go and spit out 30 tokens, depending on the ability of your deck, etc. It's not hard to actually get like 30 zombie tokens. You reanimate the Flamekin Zealot, and now suddenly you've now got 30, 30 odd 3/3 hasty creatures. Your opponent only starts off with 20 life. If 7 get through, they're dead. Out of 30. Good luck with that. So, this is the reason why Bridge from Blow was triple black. This is the reason why Bridge from Blow was a scary card. But, we're here to talk about Commander. We're here to talk about Commander for casual players. But Bridge from Blow, again, the entire reason for this entire, I'd say rant, but I'm not angry, is because you want the card in your graveyard. And once it's in your graveyard, you can do things. What else is there? There's cards that have got flashback, or escape, or some other, retrace, some other. By the way, you can also cast this from your graveyard by paying this cost. There's cards that do that of various categories, and especially if that other cost, and this is where cards like Dread Return come up, especially if that cost is easier than the original mana cost. If your deck has got a lot of tokens, Dread Return is easier to cast by sacrificing 3 creatures rather than paying 4 mana. So it's a card you would generally rather have in your graveyard. So this is a very long-winded way of getting to the point where sometimes the fact that you're discarding card is more relevant than what the actual effect is. And I think this was kind of costed as though it were a 3/5 creature. I feel like that's where this was costed. And it's, like, again, depending on the kind, like if you're building a mono white reanimator deck, you're going to need a way of getting cards into your graveyard. And then once you've reanimated, depending on what you're reanimating, if you're reanimating Mere Battlesphere, for example, which I know is a card I like to reference a lot. It's a single creature that comes into play, makes 4 more creatures. You're getting 5 bodies out of it. Well, if you reanimate it for, let's say, 4 mana, not completely unreasonable. So, plus the pay a white and discard. Okay, so it's costing you 5 to get 7 bodies. And by the way, every time you do this effect, you're adding 5 extra power to the board. Because instead of attacking for, instead of attacking for 8 potentially, now you're attacking for 13. And that's assuming you completely ignore this line. This is assuming all you do is you're looking at the 4/7 and comes into play make 4 tokens. So if you're looking for a slightly off the wall reanimator deck, you know, you're going mono white, you're going white heavy instead of black heavy. People forget that white is really good at reanimating. Sorry, resurrecting. People forget that's a thing. And you really gotta, you know, and they've got some really good spell shapers for that sort of thing. Um, and other such, you know, and other cards that have got similar kind of abilities. So even though Ghost Tactician is like, I think in that style of deck, again, depending on what you're bringing back, um, if you're bringing back something that comes into play makes extra bodies, or when it dies makes extra bodies, or something where it's easy to get extra bodies, plural, out of it. Is this one I'm thinking of? Malfeld Twins, something kind of like this, where it's one creature, but when it dies, you get two. Um, or does Reform? No, Reform doesn't work the way I'm thinking of. But anything where you can get extra bodies out of it. Um, you need a discard out like Ghost Tactician. Again, only paying a single white for the spell shaping bit is actually kind of nice. So yeah, I that's what I'm seeing here. Saltfield Recluse. If you're building based on the premise of cards like Samite Healer, I don't mind cards like Saltfield Recluse being in the deck because you can always turn around and use them. Um, against somebody's fight spell. You can't do it against a fling effect in most cases because they have to pick up the creature as part of the cost. Against anything that's got double strike, it does double duty. Um, because if you've got a 5 power double strike creature, it would normally deal 10 because 5 the first swing, 5 the second swing. But -2 power means it's now 3 and 3, which suddenly brings it down to only dealing 6 damage, so you're saving yourself 4. And damage multipliers? If they've got a damage multiplier, like a damage doubler, let's say, or let's go hog wild. Let's go fiery emancipation effects. This is triple damage. A creature that has its power knocked down by 2 tripled means it's going to deal 6 less damage. And if it had double strike, it's going to deal 12 less damage. That's kind of a big deal. So I would say that, and those are concepts that it's not unheard of for somebody to be playing in Commander. It is not unheard of that somebody is going to be playing a deck that has some amount of damage doublers, or damage triplers, or damage, you know, deals end damage plus whatever. You know, deals that much damage plus 1, or that much damage plus 2, or instant in their deck. And I know one person, I've got one friend of mine who built his entire commander deck. One of his commander decks was based on that entire premise. Saltfield Recluse will help a fair bit against those. So again, if you're building around the concept of stuff like Samite Healer, I wouldn't I wouldn't complain if you add that to it, because it'd be like, it's worse in some scenarios, but better in others, so it probably evens out. Revered Dead. This is literally Drudge Skeletons ported over into white. White did not get a lot of regeneration on a creature. ID equal white. 8 cards. You got... You know what? Let's go from release date. Yeah. Vigilant Martyr allowed you to sack itself to regenerate a creature. Fanatical Devotion, sack a creature to regenerate a creature. Loxodon Mender, white tap regenerate a creature. Terran Ghost, regenerate target artifact. Terran Ghost, sack to regenerate an artifact. 4 cards until we hit time spell blocking, specifically Planar Chaos, at which point we got 3. Almost as many as existed before. And we're talking stuff that's like, pay a cost. Basically we're looking at a permanent that has you pay a cost to regenerate. Poultice Liver allows you to regenerate slivers. Malak of the Dawn is literally Ghost Ship. Revered Dead is literally Drudge Skeletons. And then Metallurgian will come out the following year. Again, to regenerate artifacts. White does have ways to regenerate stuff. But just, pay a cost, regenerate this thing. Not a common thing. Black got it all the time. Revered Dead I always liked, because, partly due to the fact that regeneration felt like something that white should get, but hardly ever did. And if you just want, here's the thing. So this is gonna feel like a tangent, but there is a point. If I go to my mono red Squee or his Voltron deck, okay, regardless of what you think of it, etc., etc., my general is Squee Goblin Nabob, and the only reason I'm playing him as my general is I want somebody that's hard to actually keep dead. If he's in the command zone, well, I just recast him. If he goes to the graveyard, I get him back to my hand. I'm going to choose for him to end up going to, staying in the graveyard more, more than the command zone most of the time, because on my upkeep, I just return him back to hand. You have to exile him for him to have to go to the command zone. If he just dies, cool. Next upkeep, I bring him back to hand, recast him, throw more stuff on him. Sorry, where did we leave off? If he had regeneration, that would be an extra layer of built-in protection. But he's got his own form of regeneration. He dies, but he comes back. He's kind of like the in-universe version of Deadpool. You can't keep him dead. And if he's your commander, by God, is he gonna be a pain in the ass. But, Revere Dead, yeah. Playing with creatures with their generation. There's a reason, like, take a look at a lot of the master removal that's out now. Regeneration bypasses a lot of it. Like, yes, you have people playing Wrath of God, and you have people playing Damnation. But if it doesn't exile, it probably just says destroy all creatures. Like, one of my favorite examples of this is Crux of Fate. If you can't, if you want something that's along lines of Damnation, like for $1 less, if you're picking up the Final Fantasy printing, destroy all dragons, destroy all non-dragons. And yeah, one more mana. And usually, like, especially if you're playing a dragon deck, you want that over Damnation, because you can destroy all non-dragon creatures. And if you're not playing dragons, and you're not playing with changelings, you say, oh, well, those dragons are getting... I mean, that way you can choose either one. And if a dragon deck is really getting ahead, you just say destroy all dragons. Yeah. But cards that are doing that really appreciate having ways to keep your creatures alive. Indestructible has more or less taken over this slot these days. But sometimes you want regeneration instead, because this also gives you the option on whether to keep the creature around or not. And if you want the creature to die, you have that option. If it says indestructible, it is a lot harder for you to find a way to kill it. You need to find an active way to kill it. Rather than going, oh, okay, well, in that case. Calcinerm. 4 mana, 5/5 with Shroud. Wow. For back then, wow. Vanishing 4. Also formerly known as Fading 3. What? Formerly known as Blastoderm. So, fading, the way it worked was, at the beginning of your upkeep, you remove a fading counter from it. If you can't, you sacrifice it. So it comes into play with 3 counters. Okay. First upkeep, remove a counter. Second upkeep, remove a counter. Third upkeep, remove a counter. Fourth upkeep, no counter to remove. That's when you sacrifice it. Calciderm enters with 4 time counters. Picking for upkeep, remove a time counter. When the last is removed, sacrifice it. Okay, so I'll count it this way. First upkeep, remove a counter. Second upkeep, remove a counter. Third upkeep, remove a counter. Fourth upkeep, remove a counter, and try and sacrifice it then. So fading of X is equal to vanishing of X plus 1. Because vanishing wants you to sacrifice it when you remove the last counter. Incidentally, the way that's worded, this is a triggered ability. When the last is removed, sacrifice it, counter. Whereas this is a if you can't, sacrifice it. No, you have to. Yeah. But apart from that narrow option, this is essentially the same creature. And if you're looking for a undercosted white creature, not a thing you see very often, because white creatures usually are like most of the time, the closest they are is this is how big I am, that's how much mana I cost. So a 5/5 creature, even if you throw a bunch of stuff on it, 5/5 creature is going to cost about 5 mana. And it might be 5 white mana, but it's going to be 5 mana. Green can take a look and go 5/5 creature. Well, we'll start off with 5 mana, but it might cost less. White rarely ends up paying less. This is one of those cards where you're paying less. And do I actually have you? You are Boros. Where's Boros? There it is. 4 mana. This is my Boros aggro deck that I based on the premise of playing a normal style aggro deck. Nope. I did put in Dust Elemental, which is still this set, but I didn't put in. Calciderm is the kind of card I could have put in. I chose not to because it's got Vanishing. And I wanted my creatures to, if they die, they're dying because... Wait a sec. If counters can't be put on... I think there might be a way to keep this around forever, and that's having it not be able to enter with counters in the first place. If that's true, that is a hilarious way to deal with vanishing. Cool. It does work the way I think it does. You'll never be able to remove the last counter because no counters were ever put on it. Nice. So, that means in a deck that's running an effect along lines of Solemnity, Calciderm ends up being really, a lot more fun because suddenly it's a 4 mana 5/5 with Shroud. Oh, I like that. I like it a lot. Oh, that's even funnier. Malak of the Dawn. Malak of the Dawn is literally Ghost Ship from the dark. 2 blue, 3 other, for 2/4 flyer, triple blue to regenerate. If you think white has trouble regenerating, wait till you see what blue can't do. Blue, last I remembered, has less than fingers on my hand creatures that can actually regenerate. Period. I think it gets 3? And Ghost Ship is probably the best of them. They shifted it over to blue, and instead of making it a spirit, well, I mean, it's a ghost ship. It's a ghost ship. I mean, you know, think pirate stories about pirates long dead, and the ship still sails the seven seas, and you can only see it on particularly poor nights, and so on and so forth. It makes sense for it to be a spirit. And then Malak of the Dawn. Well, I mean, what kind of creature type would you give it? You make it into a blue. It's now a ship. White. You pour it over to white. You already have it mechanically speaking. So now all you have to do is figure out what kind of creature to make it now. And I'm okay with it being turned into an angel. And I find it cool and neat that they turned him turned it into a male angel. I wonder why they went with angel, and I wonder if they basically turned around and said, we need a male angel. What can we take from Magic's history and switch over to, switch over. I mean, it's already a decent sized flyer, so maybe they went decent sized flying creature, let's go angel. And then they went from there. But yeah, all sorts of reasons for me to like this card. A 2/4 flyer for 4 mana that can regenerate. Granted, it's triple white to regenerate, but it can regenerate. And then Angel Synergies on top of that. I think if I were to go like a mono white angel build, Malak of the Dawn would fit in. I just wish there was a way to reduce this activation cost somehow. Reducing the colored component of an activation cost is hard. Sarah's Boon. I believe this is basically supposed to be similar to Phyrexian Boon. Yeah. 1 black, 2 other. Enchant creature gets +2/+1. As long as it's black, otherwise it gets -1, -2. Yep, okay. So Phyrexian Boon was Unholy Strength. Sarah's Boon was Holy Strength. And once you've got that, then if it wasn't the color in question, it would be the opposite. So this makes sense. But the problem is, like, if you're throwing the... I would not play this to pump my own creature. If it had flash, maybe. But as such, I would not play this to pump my own creature. Because why am I not just playing Holy Strength, Strength of Isolation, or similar effects instead? What I may play this as, on the other hand, is a pseudo removal spell. Something along lines of... Is it Feebleness? Yeah, something along lines of Feebleness. Enchanted creature gets -2, -1. What were you in? Oh, weakness. Yeah. I mean, yes, I'm paying 2 extra mana. But paying a little extra mana to get an ability the color generally doesn't get, period. Okay then. Yeah, paying a little extra mana just to get an ability that the color doesn't generally get to begin with. I'm okay with this. I would primarily do it as this. And sometimes that's enough. Shade of Trocare. This is basically if you take Frozen Shade and increase its size slightly. Let me think here. Power equal 1, toughness equal 2. Oh! Oh, well, that's hilarious. It is literally Horror Shade, or Fetid Horror. They are the exact same card. Shade of Trollcare. I'm going to assume, because it says Trollcare, I'm going to assume it's based on Horshade. It's so Horshade moved over into white and then given suspend. And again, this is not an ability that you normally see in white. Hey, your goal! God. And now I'm thinking of... God damn it, I hate this. Now I'm thinking of Doctor Strange. Dormammu, I have come to Bargle. God damn it. I mean, I have leftover pizza, if that helps. But, yeah. Shade of Trollcare, I'm basically seeing Horse Shade. Ported over to white, and then given suspend. Yeah. Planar Chaos was interesting. And I said before and I'll say it again. For somebody like me who's been in the game for, I mean, by that point, over a dozen years. Because this came out in 2007. I started playing before Legends came out. And there's actually this small little thread on Blue Sky. I'm talking to Mark Rosewater, and he started freelancing for Wizards of the Coast in spring of '94. He started working for them full-time officially in '95. I started playing before Legends came out. Legends came out in June of '94. So I started playing when he started after he started freelancing, before he started working for them officially. I'm like, wow. But yeah, like I was saying, this is an ability that white does. Yes, Magic came out and I was in university. Guess what happened to my studies? Yeah, we won't talk about it. Um um I mean I could say I I have a problem, but I'm not sure. Does this count as having a problem? Um does this count as having a problem? I don't know. Does this count as having a problem? I don't know. I'm just grabbing like I don't know. Yeah. Oh. I've mentioned it before. Have you seen this link? I'm and this is all stuff that's in easy arm's reach. Um Yeah. and then uh and then there's this. And yeah. And that list there, that's just for commander decks. Yeah, yeah. That list there is just for commander decks. But yeah, as I was saying, this is not an ability white normally gets. White normally gets like pumping toughness, but very seldom at pumping power. But if it does pump power, it's like all creatures you control get, get a power boost. White does not get, essentially, Frozen Shade, Nantuko Shade, Nikaya Shade, whatever you want to call it. White does not get this ability. So if people are playing with cards like this, I am legitimately all for it. Soap Blast. Love this card. you know, being able to kill anything that's not white. And I mean, yes, I know people are going to comment about, you know, their being. Yeah, that is not a way I like to. I try so hard not to bring up comments of that nature. I try so hard. Um, but yeah, the big thing I like about Salt Blast, um, because it says destroy target non-white permanent, this also includes land. So if you're looking for something to, destroy target land, and you're playing mono white, and you don't want to give your opponent some kind of, you know, compensation for it, um, a la, you know, there's Generous Gift or other similar cards which will blow up a thing. But, or, I mean, Secure the Scene is a bad example. Well, I shouldn't say it's a bad example, but it's a similar effect. Exile target non-land permanent, its controller gets a 1/1 token. A lot of cards in white that blow up a thing give your opponent some kind of compensation. What's the what's the one that's in or recently was in standard? Oh yeah, Get Lost. Destroy target creature, enchantment, or planeswalker. Its controller gets 2 map tokens. White tends to compensate your opponent for, hey, I'm blowing up a thing. Um, I think the card I'm looking for is. No, not that one. What do you call it? What do you call it? What do you call it? That's what it was. Reparations. Sorry I burned down your village. Here's some gold. Whenever an opponent casts a spell that targets you or a creature you control, you may draw a card. I like that. Yeah, but white very much tends to be blow up a thing, gives the opponent something to compensate. Salt Blast just kills it. And so the only thing you have to do is make sure that what you're blowing up isn't a white card. I think more for the matter of making sure it can't be redirected to one of your own things. Because that is occasionally a thing. People, I think Tomer from MTG Goldfish is one of these kind of people. He likes playing redirection magic. It works really well as a counterspell. It's really hard to redirect something to your own stuff if you're playing white, and so therefore most of your stuff is going to be, well, white. This gives you an incentive to play monocolored, because you're less likely to have it redirected to one of your own things. So yeah, Salt Blast will hit so many things. And because black and green are so high on, at least when it comes to casual commander, in terms of playability, like just in general, you're going to have targets, and it's going to be a pretty good chance that you're going to find at least two people at the table playing something that's not a white card. Kill it. I mean, we're 8 cards in, and I don't think there's a single card here I wouldn't have a use for. Ghost Tactician, again, like Ghost Tactician and Saltfield Recluse being kind of low on my list of cards that I personally like, even for a commander deck. But they still have uses. Voidstone Gargoyle. Oh, how much do you want to annoy people? It's a 5 mana 3/3. As it enters, choose a non-land card name. Spells with a chosen name can't be cast, and activated abilities of sources with the chosen name can't be activated. You can't cast it, you can't activate it. That card is just no. Activated abilities also include things like cycling. Cycling, channel, etc. And when people say everything is just cycling, my response to that is, even though it came out later, no, everything is just channel. Channel is just, cycling is just channel with the channel ability being turned into draw card. Yeah. How much do you want to annoy people? Tap 5. Play this. Okay, results. What are you naming? You're a general. What? Now, they better have an answer to that. Because, I mean, come on. If you're playing Commander and you don't have any answer at all in your 99 to a 3/3 flyer, you're in trouble. Because this isn't even a big creature. It's a middling sized creature, but it's not I wouldn't say at all it's a big creature. Yeah, you don't have an answer to that, you're in trouble. Sunlands, as Yargle mentioned earlier. Is color shifted? was, I think it's Strafe? Yeah. Color shifted from Strafe. 1 red, sorcery, 3 damage to target non-red creature. Sunlands. 1 white, sorcery, 3 damage to target non-white creature. Yeah, yeah. Again, if you're looking for something to deal damage to a creature, this is fine. But in general, most people are going to be better. So here's the thing. In general, you're usually better served with cards like Path to Exile or Swords of Plowshares. The problem is, well, it was obviously better when creatures weren't power crept. The problem is, they already had been. It's just this is power creep, almost. We're talking about an additional 20 years of power creep past that. But power creep had already been a thing for over a decade by this point. I mean, take a look at the stuff that existed in. Well, you said you came back during Lore 1 block. Think about the creatures that existed in Lore 1 block versus creatures that existed during, well, Mirage and Visions. You can't tell me there wasn't power creep during that time. We're just taking that and adding, an extra 20 years on. What Sunlance has going for it relative to relative to Swords of Plowshares and Path to Exile and similar effects is your opponent, your the person whose creature you're hitting doesn't get anything to compensate. Again, the same comment as Salt Blast. There are times when that's a thing that you want. And sometimes the fact that you're dealing damage to a creature is what you care about. Like, you want this on targeting a card like, Stuffy Doll. If you're playing cards like Stuffy Doll or Brash Taunter or what the heck was that black one called? Why can I never remember its name? Um Oh, I know it. ID equal black. Oh, colon. No. ID equal black. Barb Servitor. This thing. Whenever this creature is dealt damage, target opponent loses that much life. If you're playing with cards like Stuffy Doll and Barb Servitor and Brash Taunter and stuff of that nature, then Sunlands suddenly goes, well, I shoot my own whichever of those three creatures it is. Uh, yeah, by the way, take 3. It's the only werewolf I can. Wait, was that bounce back? Hmm. Oh, okay, I know what you mean. Uh, Ill-tempered loner. Whenever it's dealt damage, deals that damage to any target. Does Ballista Watcher also have that? No. Just trying to figure out what you're talking about. Uh, yeah, I was trying to figure out what you're talking about, and it's like that's newer than I'm thinking. But yeah, Sunlands does have its uses. Um, I'm less interested in Sunlands in general. I would rather play a card like Swords of Plowshares or a similar effect. But if you're playing, if you're playing Sunlands, you have a reason for playing Sunlands. Uh, go away. Mantle of Leadership. I thought Mantle of Leadership was a pretty bad card for quite a while. And I think I only really started to get how it actually works recently. Like starting to internalize it. Oh my god, it's better than even that now. Oh my god. Bronze Beak. Whenever another creature you control enters. Bronze Beak Moa. I don't remember you. Oh, it's from Dragon's Corn. That might be why I don't remember it. Um, by the way, Yargo, just so you know, you don't have to do the word card in front. You can just do like uh mm. I forgot there was another one. But yeah, you can just do like exclamation and the card name. You don't have to do exclamation, card, and then the card name. Don't know if that's a thing you're aware of or not. Does it not come up? Ledger domain. Ledger. No, you spelled it right. Weird. Shouldn't be. I'll have to look at that. I'll have to look at that. Anyway, no, but, Mantle of Leadership, the fact that it's a flash aura is cute. It's kind of silly when you've got, like, any sort of, like, consistent token generation. So, let's say squirrels as an example. Like squirrels, soldiers, sapperlings, a lot of common, uh, a lot of common token creature types. This thing ends up working really well because suddenly it's like, hey, by the way, this is now big. My creature's now bigger till end of turn. What I just realized is this triggers the same way Soul Warden does, i.e., whenever a creature enters, not whenever a creature enters under your control. Which means that if somebody casts their general, as long as it's not one of the, one of the various planeswalkers that people play, or it's, not a planeswalker, not a vehicle, not a stationable, but basically any legendary creature that people play as their general. Cool, comes into play. My creature's bigger till end of turn. My creature's now +2/+2 till end of turn. And hilariously, like, this ends up taking my... Where are you? There you are. This takes my Tulane deck. Let's take a quick glance at counter spells. Well, let's take a quick look at my creature base. This is a deck based around countering everything. If I really want to stop a spell from resolving, it's going to not resolve. But my creature base, relevantly here. Spell Queller, 1. Bounce and counter spells, Venser. Okay, see ya, Yargle. Venser, 2. Cantripping and counter spells, probably not in here. Nope. End of the turn, nope. Counter plus Guile, so that makes 3. Extra untaps, Mercfiend Liege, Seedborn Muse, 5. Countering creatures, this entire suite here is 14 creatures that are there to generally, when they enter, counter target spell, or pay some cost counter target spell. So there's 19. And those all, a lot of those are... Hey, Holly! And so there's 19 creatures, plus my general, that, hey, look, they come into play. Oh, great, but my creature gets bigger till end of turn. Plus I've got some manlands in my mana base as well. So I think I end up around 24, 25 creatures altogether in that deck. So, again, if you're playing some kind of token strategy, Mantle of Leadership ends up being decent. There's obviously ways to break it even harder, but again, the fact that it triggers when a creature enters, like Soul Warden, unlike a lot of cards that say whenever a creature enters under your control, this thing is actually really good. Hamza, baby Hamza. Do 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 do. Creature spells you cast. Oh, okay. Yeah, because the other one doesn't exist. AKA, it's an online only version. Yeah. I care if it's paper. Aven Riftwatcher. This used to see a decent amount of play in Pauper because it's like, because the big thing here is when it enters or leaves the battlefield, you gain 2 life. Well, if you've got any way to recur this at all, you know, or like in response to this triggered ability, I remove the last counter, trigger ability, um, bounce it back to my hand with some other effect. In fact, Holly messaged me earlier, and one of the cards that she mentioned would be perfect for this kind of scenario. Hey, I know, bounce it back with Dust Elemental. Just trying to think if it's Dust or Dusk. It's Dust. Yes, Dust to Dust. Um, but yeah, even Riftwatcher is still a decent playable card. Um, 3 mana, a splashable, 3 mana, 2/3. That's going to gain you at least 4 life. And if you've got a way to keep recurring it, if you have any way to keep recurring this, and you're already playing a deck that cares about gaining life, and you want to gain like little chunks of life, this is right up your alley. Fine. Nope. There. Happy now. The beginning of each player's upkeep. Yes. The beginning of each player's upkeep, that player may pay 2 life. If they don't, they return a permanent they control to owner's hand. What's the original wording actually say? During each player's upkeep, that player pays 2 life or returns a. I prefer that wording. I think it's clearer, but it's not in line with modern wording. But I prefer the saga wording because it makes it to me it's more clear on how it works. But I'm also used to old stuff. Eh. But yeah, Aven Riftwatcher, yeah, that would work perfectly fine, and that would work. That would work okay in that deck. Oh, if you return, you could return this every turn. You would just have to be spending 3 mana every turn. No, do it every other turn. You'd still end up. You pay 2 life 1 turn. I think you still end up netting life that way. But yeah, again, there's ways to make it work. And just for reference, this is the card Holly and I were talking about, Dust Elemental. 2 white, 2 other, 6/6 with flash, flying, fear. And when it enters, oh yeah, that's a big reason why it was such a brain boggler when it came out. It was a white creature with fear. which was crazy because Fear eventually got replaced with Intimidate, which says the creature can only be blocked by artifact creatures or creatures that share color with it. Hey, Arya. I mean, I'd try. I'd try to be at least vaguely interesting. No, actually tonight I am literally just doing Planar Chaos. I don't go through the entire set. I go through the um Scryfall takes a look at how EDH Rec has ranked cards, and by default, it puts the most popular cards at the top. I have it in reverse order, so I'm looking at what's considered the least popular cards first. Because then you get cards like, for example, Ghost Tactician, which was the first card that I covered. And I don't go through the entire. If it's a small enough set, I'll go through the entire list. If it's a if it's a sufficiently large set, I only go through about the first dozen or so cards per color, and then anything that's got like is one color but has a multicolor identity. For example, I handle those separately. I handle that as a separate category. Anything that's specifically multicolor is handled as a separate category, and then artifacts and lands afterward. So depending on the set, I might be going through 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, potentially as many as 10 categories, but usually not going through more than about a dozen cards. And we're just talking about Dust Elemental because it's an interesting card. And I actually have that as in my Boros aggro deck, which boop, whoops, wrong one. If you go here, that will give you a link to this page, which is where I list decks that I'm working on. At in some point, Holly has seen some of the because Holly lives like the next town over from me. She's seen some of the stuff that I've built. Um, and my Burrows aggro deck is like what people generally assume an aggro deck is going to be like until they see, Edgar Markov and his shenanigans. So we won't talk about that. We won't talk about that. My my premise for this ideally was I wanted stuff to at least be if a card costs say 4 mana, I wanted it to be at least a 4/4 and have either more than 4 power or more than 4 toughness. It's fine for both to be the case. 2 mana I was willing to give a little bit of leeway. But yeah, when I hit 4 mana, I saw, I got to Dust Elemental and like, yeah, I have to put that in this deck. This is a 6/6 flying beater for 4 mana. This fits where my brain goes for an aggro deck. But yeah, if you take a look at this that list, it's like if you have any questions about like where I've got link, these are links to a deck where I've at least planned where I want to do it. This first column here, if it says built, I have it actually physically built. And so this means I've got somewhere around 17, 18, 19 decks out of like 43-ish. And then this column here, this is a commander deck built out of literally nothing but commons. So if you ever have any questions about any of this stuff, Arya, feel free to ask. But only one needs 17 cards. Holly, this deck is down to 6. I've got about 5 decks here that need a total of 6 cards to finish. Sorry, that's 4 decks, I think. Yeah, so if I get these specific 12 cards, I'm finishing 4, 5. I think I'm finishing 6 decks. But yeah, Dust Elemental, very much a card that I want to see people playing more often. But yeah, basically anything past the bottom 12 is usually cards that people have seen before enough times. Venerian Glimmer. Venerian Glimmer to me is very much like blackmail. And I don't mean the word that people commonly think of in English. I mean the actual card blackmail. Target player reveals 3 cards from their hand. You choose one of them. That player discards that card, which means if they reveal 3 lands, you're making them discard a land. However, A, this is an instant. B, it's an X-Spell. C, you choose a non-land card, mana value X or less. So, this is a little more preemptive. The way I like to think of discard in general is it's like counterspelling, but it's preemptive. You're stopping them from being able to cast it in the first place by getting it out of their hand. Again, I do not generally recommend discard as a theme for Commander, at least for casual Commander players. Because to me, when you sit down with a group of friends for a game of Commander, it's more a matter of sitting down and having a good time with friends and, grabbing a deck. This is just the excuse that people use to sit down, get together, and have fun together. People playing under that kind of premise want to be able to play their cards. They want to at least be able to cast them. And, sometimes there's a bit of a tug and war with counterspells and stuff going on. But they want to at least be able to try to get them to resolve. Discard, especially as an entire premise for what to build, the entire premise of the deck itself, forcing everyone to lose their hand and basically play off the top of their deck, kind of goes against that. You know, it's great for like one person and not so much fun for everybody else. Now, that being said, and I think Holly can attest to this because I've known her for 20 odd years now. Um, when it comes to a competitive event, like if I'm sitting down at a tournament to play, you know, like a regionals or a Grand Prix or anything of that kind of nature, completely different completely different mindset. Stuff that I have a big problem with and find really annoying when I'm playing casually with a group of friends. I sit down and I sit down to play at a competitive event and suddenly it's like my mind shift my mind uh my mindset just completely switches and suddenly no big deal. This is part of the game. Uh this is a viable strategy. You know, getting Armageddon twice you know, in a casual game. Suddenly I'm like, I great, I'm not having fun anymore. That happens in a competitive 1v1 format. Okay, how do I get out from behind this? And I my brain goes more analytic and I'm trying to, and a discard, a deck based around making me discard my hand every turn. If I'm playing in standard, let's say, and somebody's playing a deck like that, it's part of playing standard. I understand this. I internally understand this. I have no problem with that. And sometimes I even go, well, that's cool. I haven't dealt with that in a long time. Do that to me at a commander table, and there's a good chance I will pack up my deck and walk away. Because I'm not having fun. And I don't know if I can't say it's just me, because I'm sure there's other people that's true with. But I don't know how common that is probably a better way to put it. Anywho, long-winded side rant over. But yeah, Venerian Glimmer, I don't think I mind too much if people are packing a few cards like this. Again, I don't want somebody filling their deck with cards like this. But I think this is a more interesting card to do that with. You know what? I don't know of an actual good kind of deck to put this in. Because suddenly my brain's going, what about those decks that you can play any number of card X? Oh, there's a couple of cards where you can run any number of. Slime Against Humanity comes to mind. Because Slime Against Humanity cares about total number of cards you own in exile and in your graveyard that are oozes or named Slime Against Humanity. The fact that it also counts the stuff in exile. Venerian Glimmer. No, Venerian Glimmer you would rather just have be another slime. I was gonna say discard a slime and then exile them all with some like cranial extraction effect. But that's not as good as just that's less good than actually casting a slime itself. I don't know a good I don't know a good place to put you then. No comment. Oh, Exa. No, it's only Slime Against Humanity and Dragon's Approach that do anything about exile at all. And it would be Slime Against Humanity, which is... Yeah, no. I think the only reason to play a card like Venerian Glimmer is like on your opponent's upkeep for like x equal, let's say x equal 5, to take a wrath effect. Okay. Good night, Holly. Mono hand reveal deck. I mean, in that case, you might as well play Telepathy. My god. Did you see the recent Commander Clash on MTG Goldfish? Everybody was playing a salty deck. I think... Oh, what was his name? Seth was on Braids. Tomer wanted to recur Strip Mine. Krim played Telepathy fairly early in the game, like turn 4 or something. It stayed the entire game. Because, yeah, dealing with Telepathy is kind of annoying. And the funny thing about Telepathy, it's everybody else's. You get to keep your own cards in your hand. Everybody else has to reveal theirs. Telepathy stayed on the board because there was always much more important stuff to deal with. You know, there was Heuristic Study, and there was Smothering Tithe, and there was, you know, a bunch of other stuff that was just draining people's lives, this, that, and whatever. And Telepathy stayed for like 8 turns, 10 turns, whatever. Because there was always bigger stuff to deal with. To be fair, they were also playing salty decks. That was the entire premise of the episode. That being said, I don't think Telepathy is... Like, Telepathy to me feels like one of those cards that it's like... it's annoying, but there's already enough other cards that can make you um look at your opponent's hand for whatever reason. So, I'm less concerned about it. Choose erratic mutation. Erratic mutation I always thought was weird. It's trying to be it's like it can't decide whether it's trying to be a black pump spell or a black removal or sorry, a blue pump spell or a blue removal spell. If you're looking for removal, there's better ways to do this. If you're looking for pump, it's a lot harder. Like there actually is decent blue removal. You know, 3 mana instant. There's what's one is yeah, I think it's Raven Form is the one I'm thinking of. Oh no, you're sorcery. Uh, what's the other one? Resculpt? It's a two mana instant and a 3 mana sorcery. I prefer Raven Form, incidentally. You know, 1 more mana, but they get a 1/1 flyer versus a 4/4 beater. Erratic mutation. I don't know. Arya, what kind of deck would you put erratic mutation in? Like, assuming we're talking, still assuming we're talking commander here. Reveal cards from the top of your library. It gets plus X minus X for X is that card's mana value. Oh. Maybe this is a removal card. You put it in a deck. You put it in the kind of deck where you've got cards like Omniscience going on. You play it as a removal card in the kind of deck where you want Omniscience. So the sort of deck where you've got a lot of big expensive stuff. Does that make sense to you? Yeah, if you're doing that, I'd want it to have a big butt to begin with, like let's say 08. Um, what's that blue one that's ID equal blue. That one. Make Kalorna your general. Because making Kalorna unblockable is not hard. And have a lot of your deck be relatively expensive, but less than less than 8 mana. So like maybe Tolarian Terror as an example. Um, some kind of gloves I think can make a quick creature unblockable. What's the actual wording nowadays? What are you called? What are you called? What are you called? Can't be blocked. Type equipment. Oh, can't be blocked. And ID you. Bilbo's Ring. Brotherhood Regalia would do it. Uh, Hot Soup. I always think Hot Soup is hilarious. Okay. So there's Whisper Silk Cloak. That's the one I want to think. I'm thinking of. So Kalorna is your general. Throw something like Whisper Silk Cloak on it. Well, not Whisper Silk Cloak itself because it gives Shroud. But something of that nature. Base parent. And then you start erratic mutationing it with like, and most of your deck is like mid-sized costs, like say 4 through 7. And then just use it as a pump spell. Okay. I can see that as a way to build it now. Dichotomancy. For each tapped non-land permanent target opponent controls, search his library for... Dichotomancy's best home is for somebody playing a deck that relies on... You can play, like, on permanents that say you can play more than one copy. So, Hera Parent, Persistent Petitioners, Rat Colony, stuff of that nature. But I don't think I would... Oh! As terrible an option as it is, I will point out Dichotomancy does force the opponent to shuffle. Which doesn't sound like much, but there are some decks that want to make your opponent shuffle their deck. Psycho... There it is. Psychogenic Probe. Whenever a spell or ability causes a player to shuffle their library, this artifact deals 2 damage to that player. I have a friend who's building a deck specifically based around this card and ways to make their opponent shuffle. Dichotomancy forces them to shuffle. It's also a card that can be suspended, so time counters matters might like it. Yep, I can see that. The funny thing is, what it actually does, I think most of this is not going to make much difference. I think the fact that it's got suspend and it forces them to shuffle is going to be the 2 places where it's most likely to matter. It is also, if any deck actually cares about it, a 9 mana card. So decks that are trying to get through for infect damage, something along the lines of a Blazing Shoal type card. Actually, Erratic Mutation would work for something like that as well. Yeah. If your deck ends up having... So another way to look at this is it's a 9 mana spell that you can cast, quote unquote, for 3. You know, just like your various why am I drawing like Treasure Cruise And what's the other one that's like Treasure Cruise? It starts with a D. Uh, I can't remember. You look at the top 7, you grab 2 of them. I think it started with a D. It's also got Delve. Damn it. Oh, Delve. Oh, 7. Oh, 2. Dig through time. Hilariously, Legal and Pioneer. Um, but yeah, so if you're playing a deck that has expensive cards that it can cast for cheap, you know, again, Dichotomancy might be one of those kind of cards. Actually, if you have enough cards of that nature, Erratic Mutation starts becoming an actual kill spell. Gossamer Phantasm, what were you? Not Skulking Knight. Skulking Ghost? I think it was Skulking Ghost. Yeah, Skulking Ghost. 1 black, 1 other for 2/1 flyer. Whenever it becomes target of a spell or ability, sacrifice it. Gossamer Phantasm. 1 blue, 1 other. 2/1 flyer. Went from a spirit to illusion. Becomes target of a spell or ability, sacrifice it. um. Blue does not generally aggro very well. If you're to build an aggro style deck at all, uh, I wouldn't complain if people are playing cards like Gossamer Phantasm because, like, a 2 power flyer for 2 mana, especially when you're looking at common. And again, I'm not saying you should, but I found that it's quite reasonable to build a suite of decks that are built out of just commons. By the way, Arya, this is something you might get a kick out of. Common, a deck built out of nothing but commons. In Izzet, life gain. The 2 colors that have the most trouble gaining life. I didn't even know if it was possible until I started trying to figure it out in the first place. Yeah, it's doable. Let's see here. Yeah, Gossamer Phantasm, like I said, if you're trying to build like illusions, yeah, you can build illusions as a tribal deck if that's, if that floats your boat. Um Beyond that, yeah, if you're not building it that way, then I would be looking at some kind of I would be trying to build a mono blue beatdown deck, which is not it's not a concept most people think of. Blue can do it. Not easily, but blue can do it. So that's where I see a card like Gossamer Phantasm the most. Oh yes. Spell shift. We already had polymorph. This is what happens when you try to polymorph an instant or sorcery. This is like Tybalt's Trickery before Tybalt's Trickery. And in fact, if you're playing a deck that runs Tybalt's Trickery and it has blue, I would be looking at throwing Spell Shift into the same deck. Actually, I would not say no to to playing a deck that's got spell shift in it anyway, because there are times that you just want to stop a certain spell from resolving, and you're willing to put up with pretty much anything else. If somebody goes Wrath of God and you've got a decent board state and you're like, I don't want that to resolve, it's unlikely that they're going to hit another Wrath effect. More likely they're going to hit like card draw or spot removal or um, maybe a counter spell. But if they try and target the spell shift with the counter spell, that's not going to work very well, because by the time this finishes resolving, they're not going to have a spell to counter. So yeah, I think in lower powered metagames, spell shift is actually it's going to be really fun. Your mass board wipes are just going to get cool. It's a negate, but you get something else out of it. Aquamorph Affinity. 4 mana for 5/1 or a 1/5, which averages to a 3/3 regardless. I don't think I did. Where are you, Demir? No. Okay. It's the only deck I can think of that I might have thrown Aquamorph Affinity into. Oh. Oh no, that doesn't work. I was gonna say there's that, oh no. Can't be blocked by ID equal U. Exit specialist. Nope. Is commander. There we go. Tetsuko Umezawa. Oh, that's funny. Creatures you control power or toughness 1 or less can't be blocked. Aquamorph Entity. Have it as a 5/1. Yes, it dies to a stiff breeze. But it's unblockable. You're getting through for 5 damage every turn. Oh, that's funny. I mean, that is one way to go with an aggro blue deck. Playing a bunch of creatures that have got like 1 toughness and yes, die to a stiff breeze. Play some counter spells of some sort to make sure your stiff breezes don't, you know, to make sure those stiff breezes don't resolve. And just play the largest X ones you can find. And with your general out, they're unblockable. Oh, that's too funny. Shaper Parasite, 3 mana 2/3, which is perfectly serviceable on its own anyway. Nowadays, you're looking at no, no, I think this would still be about right nowadays. Actually, the funny thing is they've upshifted it in Time Spiral Remastered as an uncommon. Usually cards get a downgrade when they like a downshift when they're reprinted in other sets. This got an upgrade or this got an upshift. What are you? Sorry, momentary distraction was momentary and distracting. But yeah, often they get downshifted. This one actually got an upshift. I wonder if that was so people playing Time Spiral Remastered Limited wouldn't get blown out by it. Funny thing is, you can also. Oh wow, let's turn face up. This can either be a 4/1 till end of turn or a 0/5 till end of turn. Oh, yeah. It wasn't that common to be like triple planar chaos in limited. Like it occasionally happened. I think we did that at my LGS once, which was a funny story. There was one time I was playing, like I was drafting, and I drafted, I think was 5 Prodigal Pyromancers. It was either 5 Prodigal Pyromancers and, or, yeah, either 5 Prodigal Pyromancers. No, I'm pretty sure it was 3 Prodigal Pyromancers and 5 Simian Spirit Guides. It was not unreasonable for me to have a Prodigal Pyromancer on turn 1. I think my sticking point was having the Pyromancer, but I drafted 3 of them. And out of the 8 people at the table, and again, this is at my LGS, at the 8 people at the table, only one of them actually realized what I was doing about. Only one person at the table realized what I was doing. And I was like, oh, "Don't you see what he's doing? He's picking up all of this, all the pyromancers and all the spirit guides. Isn't somebody gonna try and stop him?" So I picked up as much as I could, and yeah, it was. I mean, to be fair, that wasn't. But we were playing triple planar chaos for that draft. It was a fun time. Uh, but yeah, Um, but it would be more common to either have one time spiral and two planar chaos during the draft, and then, and eventually two times spiral, one planar chaos. Triple planar chaos was unusual. And so Shaper Parasite being common at that point would have been less a big deal. But during Time Spiral Remastered, it's going to make more sense. 9:30, 2.5 hours. That's not too bad. When it's turn face, yeah, you really want. I mean, for this to. There's two ways to play this. A, you can put this in an illusion deck, or B, you can play this in a deck that cares about it being face down. If you're playing it as an illusion, the fact that you can play it as a morph and then turn it face up later might make a difference at some point. But you're playing it for the fact that it's a 3 mana 2/3 illusion, which is not terrible. It's not amazing, but it's serviceable. But if I'm playing Shaper Parasite specifically, I'm probably playing it because the fact that it can be turned face up. You know what? I think even in an illusion deck, I am fine with that. Because at some point, I can mess around with combat math. And the funny thing is, it's target creature gets +2/-2 or -2/+2 till end of turn. It's not target creature you control, it's target creature an opponent controls, it's target creature. I think that would be a fun card to throw in a deck. Even if you're not playing, like ideally I'd want to be playing with illusions, but if I'm playing with illusions or morph, I think I'm okay with that. And a lot, like, especially if people are playing token decks, which, again, is one of those deck types people love to smithereens, and I can't say I blame them. Oh yeah, Primal Plasma. Primal Plasma is Primal Clay. 4 mana artifact creature shapeshifter. As it enters, it's a 3/3, a 2/2 with flyer, or a 1/6 defender. Primal Plasma. 4 mana, 3/3 creature, 2/2 flyer, or 1/6 defender. Do any of these versions give you flavor text ever? I don't think so. No, I never got flavor text. I'm sad. But yeah. I mean, neither of them are great. But the you're for Primal Plasma, you're paying a little more because it's got flexibility. 4 mana is eh for any of them. But you've got the flexibility to make it what you want it to be. And which is what makes Primal Plasma and cards like it really, really interesting. If you want, like, if you want to build a deck, yeah, if you want a deck where every time you play it, what you're playing is different. What? Let's go back for a sec. Let's go to white for a moment. If you play a Calciderm, every time you cast it, it's going to be a 5/5 Shroud with Vanishing 4. If you play, um, if you play Dust Elemental, it's always going to be a 4 mana 6/6 with Flash, Flying, Fear. Comes to play, bounce 3 things back to hand. If you play a creature, it's always going to be the same creature. If you play a spell, it's always going to be the same spell. If you play with a card like Primal Plasma, you're saying, I'll worry about what it actually is when it comes into play. This is like, this is like if you want to play with clones, but you don't want to play with clone or Spark Double or any of its variants. You want to play cards that are malleable, that can decide what they want to be once they come into play. Expel creatures are a good example with this. Oh, what is it called? Oh yeah. I think that's what you call it. Yeah, Ingenious Prodigy. I have this in my mono blue ramp deck that thinks it's a green deck. And I know some people are going to be going, wait, what? A mono blue deck that thinks it's a mono blue deck that thinks it's a green deck. I needed an Expel creature. I wanted an Expel creature that was specifically blue. I didn't want it to be an artifact creature. I wanted it to be blue. And so I came across Ingenious Prodigy, and I'm like, comes up with X+1 counters. Sure, I can remove counters to draw cards, but I have an Expel creature. Can't be blocked by creatures with bigger power. So only stuff that's its size or smaller can block it. Yeah. So I played this. I put this together and it's like, oh yeah, and that's a good example of a card that's I'll figure out what I want it to be later. Especially since you can remove the counters off of it every so often and draw extra cards. That's a part I cared actually a lot less about. It's a nice bonus though. But yeah, Primal Plasma, if you want your decks to not worry about what they are until later, there you go. Sarah Sphinx. Again, this is literally Sarah Angel ported over into blue. It's exactly Sarah Angel. but it's a Sphinx. Well, what does that have to do with anything? The difference here is that Wizards kept trying to figure out generally speaking, creatures come in about 2 or 3 big categories with respect to size. You know, your small creatures, your mid-range creatures, and then your large ones. As an example, white small creatures were generally like soldiers. Reds were like goblins. Blue would get merfolk. You know, we're talking like your default. Um, we're not talking about, hey, by the way, in this setting it's blah. No, no, we're talking in generic Magic the Gathering setting. Generically, it is this. Otaria, Dominaria, etc., etc. Black might get zombies. And then the mid-range creatures come in. And red might get phoenixes as its mid-range creatures. And some categories were a little more iffy. And then you get to the large creatures, and red obviously gets dragons at its top end. Green might get elementals. You know, with like beasts in the middle or something of that nature. And blue would get like elementals or maybe dragons because it kind of made sense from a flavor perspective. But in the mid-range, would commonly get sphinxes. You know, 3/3, 4/4, 5/5, somewhere in that range. So pouring it over to Sphinx made sense. Well, it's quite easy to make a Sphinx tribal deck. In fact, you actually have you actually have 15 options. And if you want to be able to play most of them, there's a handful that you can't play if you do this. But if you want to be able to play most of them, Alenda and Azor, which you know, that's an option. Rafine, Shroom, Tivit, Yennet, all 5 of them let you play, you know, let you play Esper. And that's more of them, or that's most of them. And the ones that you cannot play are Arjun and Sphinx of the Guild Pact. And the only reason you can't play Sphinx of the Guild Pact is because technically the fact that it's all colors, that is an ability that applies in all zones, including in your deck. The ability that makes Sphinx of the Guild Pact all colors applies in all zones, not just the battlefield. Which means, in your deck, it's not just Esper, it's also red and green. Which means you cannot run it as much as you might want to, as much as might, unless your friends allow you to otherwise, at which point you are looking literally at just this one Sphinx that you cannot run. And otherwise, you can run them all. You run Esper. There's one you can't play on a technicality, and one because it's the wrong. You know, it's red. Otherwise, yeah, you play Esper, you can play all of them. So I'm building that. So I'm building. I am slowly working on Esper Sphinx bidding. With Sharuma as my general, and not the kind of deck, not the kind of Sharoom deck that most people think of, because people go, oh yeah, guess what? Infinite, you know, reanimating creature loop thing going on, and I don't think I have. I think I might have that in here as an oops, but an actual oops. I have it. I don't think I have. I don't think I have an actual legitimate way to pull it off. It is very, if I do have the infinite combo thing going off, it's very incidental. But anyway, yeah, Sphinx, Sphinx Tribal, it is a perfectly serviceable, so 5 mana, 4/4 Vigilance is perfectly serviceable in that kind of deck. Tidewalker, 3 mana, you really want to cast this as late as you can. Parent Toughness equal to the number of time counters on it. Enters with a time counter for each island you control. Has Banishing. Which means at the beginning of your upkeep, you remove a counter. When you remove the last one, you sacrifice it. But parent toughness reach equal the number of time counters on it. So you go to remove the last one. Unless there's something else keeping it alive, like Gauntlets of Chaos. Chaos? I think it's Gauntlets of Chaos. Gauntlet of Chaos. No, not Chaos. Gauntlet of Power. I got the power. Name blue. Creatures of the chosen color get +1/+1. So, if you don't have something like that in play, Tidewalker, you remove the last counter. It's going to be a 0/0. It's going to die from state-based actions before you can sacrifice it. If not, Gauntlet of Chaos is going to keep, or Gauntlet of Power is going to keep it around. You're going to go, okay, now I remove the last counter. Now I gotta sacrifice it. But you're playing blue. You're playing with counters. You're playing with time counters, but you're playing with counters. Which means you probably have some kind of proliferate shenanigans going on. There it is. Viral Drake. One of the few cards, because a friend actually, we talked about it, and a friend of mine and I were talking about Viral Drake, and hey, by the way, 1 card combo. because all you have to do is hit each opponent once and then proliferate them out of the game. You only need the Viral Drake itself and the mana to activate. And I'm like, yeah, that's very true, because there's a lot of cards that people refer to as a one card combo. They're not a one card combo. What? Here's a good example. Yawgmoth's Full. One of the most brokenest cards in the game. Okay? 3 mana sorcery. Allows you to cast anything that's in your graveyard by paying its mana cost. Sorry, allows you to play anything from your graveyard. Still have to pay the relevant costs. But that also means, if you haven't played land for a turn, or if you get additional land drops, you can play lands from your graveyard. And then you can cast spells from your graveyard by paying the relevant cost. But if a card would go to your graveyard from anywhere, you exile it instead. Again, one of the most powerful cards in the game, partly due to the fact of, its ability, and partly due to the fact that it's also black, which lends itself to cards, to cheap card draw spells. Cards like Dark Ritual and Cabal Ritual, which can generate a bunch of mana. And when I say cheap card draw spells, historically we're looking at cards like Night's Whisper and Sign and Blood, stuff like that. 2 mana, draw 2. Oh no, I lose 2 life. Shrug. And then you get to, your duress effects and everything else. And then you get to do it again, and you use that to Storm for win, usually. But you take a look at that, and it's a really good card. I am not saying it's not a good card. But people say it's a one-card combo, and I'm like, no, it's not. Casting Yawgmoth's Will does not win you the game. It allows you access to cards that will win you the game. Whoops. Why is my chair moving on me? It allows you access to cards that'll win you the game. And what's the difference is this. If there's, let's say, empty hand, because Mind Twist or whatever. Empty graveyard, because Leyline of the Void. Top card of your deck, Yawgmoth's Will. You cast it, nothing happens. Well, yeah, it requires setup, or it requires data. Then in that case, it's not a one-card combo. It requires you to have other cards to work with it. Now, there's a lot of flexibility in what those other cards can be. And in Vintage, which is where people had most commonly played it, one of those cards is going to be, Black Lotus. Being able to recast Black Lotus from the graveyard is kind of a big deal. Being able to recast Ancestral Recall from the graveyard is a big deal. But it's not a one-card combo. It needs other setup. It needs other stuff to go with it. Viral Drake is a one-card combo. It needs it and the mana to activate it. Or just the Drake itself. Approach of the Second Sun is a 1-card combo. Requires you to cast it, draw into that approach again, which will happen in a couple of turns, and cast it again. So it requires you to cast it twice, but you can do that with that single copy. Again, 1-card combo. Yawgmoth's, not a 1-card combo. But, yeah, Viral Drake. I see Viral Drake. Or, sorry, I see Tidewalker. First thing going through my head is Viral Drake. There's other cards, too. Throwing Bird, Guild Pact Informant. Vexing Radgull, potentially. And you can start proliferating those counters on there and make it completely huge. You can also have it enter if you're playing, if you're playing green, for example. You can have it enter with more by having, cards like Doubling Season floating around. Not saying you should play Doubling Season. Some people agree, some people disagree. But it can be very big. You just may not have a lot of time to play it. But ideally, you want to wait on Tidewalker as long as you reasonably can. And then have like a 3-mana 8/8 that, in 8 turns will finally disappear. Dismal Failure. 4-mana, counter target spell, its controller discards a card. This is the flip side of counter target spell. You draw a card. I don't mind playing with cards like this. Well, why do I have such a problem with people playing discard as a deck? I have problems with them playing it as a deck because in relatively short order, it's going to force everyone to play off the top of their deck. Or, quite commonly, everybody but the person who's playing that deck to play off the top of their deck. The very occasional card that's like Dismal Failure, that's counter target spell, makes them discard a card. The very occasional card, I don't mind. Also, you're paying 4 mana for, counter spell plus a little something. I'm okay with that. Wistful Thinking. 1 blue, 2 other. Target player draws 2 cards and discards 4. I would rather play this in a 60-card format. Because in a deck where you get to play 4 of these, let's say turn 3, they've played out net 2 cards. Because you draw a card every turn. Let's say on a couple of turns they've actually had a couple plays. So net, they've got a 5-card hand. Turn 1, draw 2, discard 4. Well, turn 3, draw 2, discard 4. They are down to, 5, 4, 3. On your next turn, if you play a second one, they're down to 1 card in hand. But they've also probably realized what you're doing, and so have probably played another card. So the second time you cast it, they may already be empty-handed by the time that resolves. You only need 2 to make this really strong in a 60 card 4-of format. Which is also 1v1. If you're doing this in in Commander, then really you need, like, the first part of the problem is, when are you casting it? In terms of, like, what turn are you casting it on? You only have 1 in your deck. So what are you playing this as? Second problem. People have a habit of drawing a lot of cards and having no maximum hand size. Seagate Restoration comes to mind. Thought Vessel comes to mind. Decanter of Endless Water comes to mind. Reliquary Tower comes to mind. There's more effects than those that say you have no maximum hand size. Some of them do have the effect once and you have no maximum hand size for the rest of the game. Ancient Silver Dragon, you have no maximum, it hits somebody for combat damage, you have no maximum hand size for the rest of the game. Finale of Revelation, if X is 10 or more, do other stuff, and you have no maximum hand size for the rest of the game. Praetor's Council, return all cards from your graveyard to your hand. You have no maximum hand size for the rest of the game. Seagate Restoration, we already talked about. Spirit Water Revival. If you're able to water bend it, one-sided Time Twister, and you have no maximum hand size for the rest of the game. So, there's enough effects. Again, plus stuff like Spellbook. There's a lot of cards that turn around and say you have no maximum hand size. Period. That wistful thinking just isn't as good in a situation like that. However, where is it actually legitimately useful? Target player draws 2 cards and discards 4. Target player, you can target yourself. Why would I want to target myself with something like this? Ideally, you would want something like target player draws 2 cards and discards a card. Or draws 3 cards and discards a card. But there's only a handful of those that are actually any good. And you may actually end up having to go down to wistful thinking. Okay, what are you getting at? You ever want to play Mono Blue Reanimator? What? You ever want to play Mono Blue Reanimator? Yeah, I heard you the first time. What are you talking about? I'm talking about Mono Blue Reanimator. I'm talking about, there are 2 different ways of doing it. Dreams of the Dead is one of them, which you would have to combine with Painter's Servant. And ideally with a flicker effect of some sort. Most ideally something that can flicker itself. Or, card like Argivian Restoration, that can bring back artifacts. Alternatively, there's False Demise and Fool's Demise, all of which can bring a creature back. All of which enchant a creature now, then the creature dies, and you bring it back. Wistful Thinking gives you card draw and lets you discard cards to put into your graveyard. There are uses for it. You know what? Actually, you know what? I think for New Year's, I may or may not stream on New Year's Eve. Let's see what my schedule ends up looking like. But there is a possibility that I may decide to stream on New Year's Eve. And if that if that ends up being a thing, I may decide to I may decide to try and come up with mono blue Reanimator. Figure out how I can build it and go from there. Because I know I've mentioned it a few times. I think I want to see how I can build this. Oh yeah, Ovenize is freaking hilarious. Target creature loses all abilities and becomes 0/1 till end of turn. I think that's actually humble. Till end of turn, target creature loses all abilities, has base power and toughness 0/1. Till end of turn, target creature loses all abilities and has base power and toughness 0/1. 2 mana instant, 2 mana instant. Yep, that is literally humble. Black cards look better each day. Melancholy. If you're playing black and you're looking for a way to tap stuff down, you might end up having to run an effect like this. If you're running blue or white, you're probably fine. If you're running green, you might be okay. If you're anywhere in Rakdos, you might end up having to run a card like Melancholy. If you're in blue, you've got much better options. Weakstone Subjugation and various options like that. White forces stuff to enter the battlefield tapped in the first place. Then if you're in Azoria specifically, there's, and depending on the rule set that you play with, and I'll explain what I mean on a set, you might have access to, I think it's Curse of Chains. Yeah. At the beginning of each upkeep, tap and enchant a creature. But if you're in like mono black or Rakdos and you want to be able to tap down a creature, you might end up having to play a card like Melancholy, which was formerly known as simply thirst. Again, I mentioned this, I'm sure I mentioned this during Mirage. It was okay then. But when you're playing, um, when you're playing blue, you have better options. When you're playing black and not blue, you it might be a card you're looking into. Bog Serpent. Formerly known as Sea Serpent. 6 mana for 5/5. Can't attack unless defender controls an island. When you control no island, sack this creature. Bog Serpent, 6 mana for 5/5. Can't attack unless defender controls a swamp. And you control no swamp, sack this creature. Yeah, it's literally it's literally a 5/5 with a restriction on whether it can attack and a way to turn around and say, by the way, no swamps, I go bye-bye. Back in the day, they would have called this Swamp Home. Realistically, Island Home was the only way it actually worked. But yeah, Bog Serpent, nah. There's so much better. There was even better that came out around this time frame. Just don't. Reject Kutzite. Again, I think this is I mean, it is a spell shaper. But again, what do you spell shape? uh, Release date, ascending. You could make an argument for Guided Strike. And you can make an argument for 100 Talon Strike. I would say it had to be before Ravnica. I would say was probably Guided Strike was where it went. And the funny thing is, you were discarding a card rather than drawing a card, which oh no, it has to be, because 1 black plus 1, 1 black plus 1. It has to be Guided Strike, and the discarding a card being the flip side of the draw card that you would get from the spell. Black is more likely to make you discard cards. That feels right. But yeah, again, you are playing a Reanimator deck. Now, here's the thing. If you're playing a Reanimator deck and you're in black, the primary reason I would be playing Rigid Kutzite, or Kusite, at all, is because I can give First Strike consistently at instant speed, because I'm probably not doing it to discard cards. Because I'm in black, I have plenty of ways to discard cards. You know, the various Thoughtseize variants that I can target myself with. Cards along the lines of zombie infestation that let me discard cards to do things and so forth. Rigid Kutzite, I don't need that as a discard outlet. It's nice to have, but I'm playing it because it grants first strike. If I'm doing that, I really should have a way to give first strike more consistently than that. But I mean, it's still an okay card. It's just it is less necessary than that sort of thing is for white. um, it is also a one drop, so it is something that's it's still a useful card that you can get out early. Hilariously, you cast this on one, you can activate it on turn, uh, on turn two, and basically have it as a 2/1 first striking blocker on turn two. Do not generally recommend that, but that is not, that's not a bad option. That being said, I generally don't assume anybody's going to be attacking till probably turn 3 or 4, unless something weird has happened. Circle of Affliction. This is trying to be something vaguely along the lines of the Circle of Protection. What? It's trying to vaguely be along the lines of Circle of Protection. It's the same cost. As it enters, choose a color. Whenever a source of the chosen color deals damage to you, you may pay 1. If you do, target player loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. If you're playing a deck that likes to drain people by bits and bobs and, like playing Orzhov from, I think it was Return to Ravnica, when they had the what's the mechanic called? Extort mechanic. When they had the extort mechanic, and you're playing with cards like Grey Merchant of Asphodel that likes to drain people and just suck their life force out of them all at once. I can see Circle of you get enough cards like that, and that can keep you alive a pretty long time. And Circle of Affliction, certainly, you can just sit there and, oh, okay, you're attacking me with 5 creatures that I can't block. Okay, well, they all happen to be red dragons, and I named red, so I will I will drain you for 5. I will gain 5. And of course, then you've also got the option of adding injury to injury by, throwing that nice little exquisite blood sanguine bond combo in. Whenever you gain life, target opponent loses that much life, etc., etc. Roiling Horror. This is part of a cycle. We haven't had any of the others in the cycle yet. But I can see why this is pretty low down on the list. Its power and toughness are each equal to your life total, minus the life total of an opponent with the most life. Which means figure out which of your opponents is at the highest life total. Let's say they're at take you out of the equation. Who out of everyone else has got the highest life total? Let's say whoever it is at 37. If you're at 37 or less, this will come into play dead. If you're at 38, this is a 5-mana 1/1. Realistically, this needs to be I would say this needs to be at least a 4/4 to make it vaguely worthwhile while it's in play. So in other words, you have to have at least 4 life more than the highest life total out of any of your opponents. So, who of your opponents has got the highest life total? You need to have at least 4 more than that for this to be reasonable, in my opinion. I could begrudgingly take 3. I'm not going less than 3. So, this is a card that if you're playing with this, you really need to be throwing into a drain deck, aka what I just said a moment ago about Circle of Affliction, Roiling Horror, Extort. You want all that sort of stuff going into the same deck. Suspend. Triple black plus X. X can't be 0. While a time counter is removed from this card while it's exiled. Whenever a time counter is removed from this while it's exiled. So, every time you take a time counter off while it's exiled, an ability triggers. Target player loses 1 life and you gain 1 life, which is a 2-point swing. So, if you do X equal 2, that would put the suspend cost and the regular cost at the same amount. You'd only wait 2 turns, but you would drain a person for 1, and then you drain a person for 1, and then you cast it, and you've done a 4-point life swing. And so, hopefully that's enough to actually keep this alive. Something like that, I would want X as high as I reasonably can. Dune Rider Outlog. AKA the black version of Whirling Dervish, which got time shifted, which means it was it was a reprint in the set that we covered last week. 2 black for 1/1 pro green, human rebel rogue. Beginning of each end step, if this creature dealt damage to an opponent this turn, put +1 counter on. Whirling Dervish, human monk. Pro black. Beginning of each end step, dealt damage to an opponent this turn, put +1 counter on. Human monk. Human rebel rogue. Okay. Yeah, I can see it. Some rebel synergy. Kind of meh on the rebels. Has rogue synergy. Protection from green. Not something to forget about. In fact, if you put this into a deck that's got a Chromos Memorial, having protection from black, red, and green, like that is, so having protection from everything Jund If you could give it, say, protection from white, you almost don't have to worry at all. Because that's, it's blue doesn't get a lot of good spot removal. Blue's best spot removal tends to be bounce. Protection from green means it will travel through big beasties. Uh, just, yeah, that's nice. Meow. Oh, elephant. Meow. Dune Rider Outlaw makes me think it should have trample. To be fair, Whirling Dervish also was on horseback. But yeah, Dune Rider Outlaw. And the funny thing is, all it has to do is if it dealt damage. Some serious damage. Whoops. So, Fire Whip. An effect like this. Tap. This creature deals 1 damage to any target. So you throw that on Dune Rider Outlaw, or some similar effect on Dune Rider Outlaw, and consistently grows. Yeah, I love, I really enjoy this card, and honestly, Whirling Dervish probably should go into my mono green burn deck. Because it's got protection from black. And it's just going to consistently grow every turn. Cradle to Grave. I've always been kind of meh on Cradle to Grave, and there's better options now. The problem was this was designed on the structure, skeleton, I don't know what you want to call it, of cards like Terror. One black, one other. Destroy target non-artifact, non-black creature. It can't be regenerated. The next step was Dark Banishing. Cost 1 more, but took out the non-artifact clause. So that meant for black plus 2, non-artifact, non-black. Or sorry, black plus 2, non-black. Can't be regenerated. Which kind of explains why we're at murder now. Because can't be regenerate, canceling out more or less the non-black clause and making it slightly harder to cast by like half a mana is about right. But you're still looking at something based on the premise that Terror was the card people played. Destroy target non-black creature that entered this turn. So Dark Banishing, regeneration, not being an ability that's commonly played, that entered this turn. Okay. So based on the premise of Terror and Dark Banishing being about right, which is a fair assumption. Cradle of the Grave, yeah, it costs it about right. But you have to kill something that entered this turn. And the problem is, you rarely want to kill something that just entered. You commonly want to kill something that's been out for 3-4 turns. Something like that. You really want to do something that just hit the board. Blade Speaker. I had this set aside to put into my mono black pauper burn deck, and I cut it. If I were to take the same premise and build it into a commander deck, this might make it in. It has no reason for, it didn't have any reason for the rebel bit. That, as far as I'm concerned, is just a convenient add-on. That went into the same what were you called? Ramosian Lieutenant? 2 to cast, value 3, 4. 2 to cast, mana value 3, 4. It's on the same premise as the Rebels from Masks block. You would go, yeah, just let you go up the chain. It's just Ramosian Lieutenant. 2 to cast, got you a 1-2. 2 to cast, this got you a 1-1. Slightly smaller, but you also got an extra ability out of this. And I personally like this better. Just because it's like, I could ignore this ability here. And I would just be playing it for this. Like, imagine a deck that's got 4 of this and 4... Like, 4 of this and 4, Quambash Witches. And then, like, some way to give your stuff, like, ward or protection or indestructible or something. Something to stop your stuff from dying to, like, a single ping. Yeah. Anyway. Oh, that'd be a funny deck to build. But yeah. Blight Speaker? You're playing a deck that wants to, like, burn your opponent's face off. If you're playing black, I got no problem with this. And that probably explains why it's this high up. Creative Grave, I can understand being there, but honestly, I would shift it further down. I would move Turning Rider up because Creative Grave is just... you really need to have a specific reason to play it. It's... If you're worrying about people playing with hasty creatures, like, it also won't kill land creatures unless the land entered that turn and somehow has haste. Midnight Charm. Charms are amazing things. Charms are like, oh my god, it's like Garfield's gift to magic. What? Charms generally have 3 options and you choose one. And the 1 mana charms tend to actually be pretty, like, they tend to be minor effects, but they're just good enough that the flexibility allows you to put them all on the same one, and it's okay to spend 1 mana on. The 2 mana ones, like Azorius Charm, Growl Charm, stuff of that nature, is eh. Croesus Charm, Daragaz's Charm, and other 3 mana charms, you tend to be looking at something that's like maybe 1 mana of one color and 2 colorless, or maybe 1 mana of one color plus one, and sometimes just 1 mana and like 3 options. And so you're sitting there going, like, if one of the options is destroy target artifact and you're playing, I think I'm thinking Jund here. Why would I pay 1 black, 1 red, 1 black, 1 red, and 1 green for destroy target artifact when that is occasionally just 1 red? 1 red as a sorcery. I think I think one card actually did as an instant. ID equal red. Now value equal 1. Um, Smelt. That's what it was. Smelt. And then they eventually, yeah. And then 3 years later, they came out with Raise the Effigy. Smelt was already a huge upgrade. And then Raise the Effigy, and now it's like, why do you print, you wouldn't run Smelt now. Now, in most formats, now that Raise the Effigy exists, because Raise the Effigy, regardless of deck, is going to have uses. If you're already wanting artifact destruction at instant speed, and you're in red, you play Smelt. Or, sorry, you play Raise the Effigy. Anyway, charms. Anytime you've got a Moto spell, it's a good day. Midnight Charm deals 1 damage to target creature and you gain 1 life. Again, if you're trying to drain life out of people, it's sure I have to hit a creature, but then extort. I pay a black, and then I pay another black and extort everyone. And sure, this takes 1. You all take 1. I gain 4 life in the process. Target creature gains first strike till end of turn. Oh my god, the number of games that is just, that will swing. Just give this creature first strike till end of turn. Tap target creature. Some way of problem. Well, maybe problem's the wrong word. Like, these are all useful modes. Core Dirge. And all damage that would be dealt this turn to target creature you control by a source of your choice is dealt to another target creature instead. This is... Is this the real life? I can see you, you're white. I think. Caught in a landslide, escape from reality. Open your chord chant. Exact same mana cost. except black instead of white, or white instead of black. Instant, exact same text. Huh. I should have remembered though, because it starts with core. Yeah, core dirge, core chant. Yep. Anyway. So, damage should be dealt to a creature you control, goes to that creature instead. Which hilariously can be enough to make sure another creature dies. You know, if you're going, say, Storm's Wrath, the the simple red Wrath of God effect. 4 damage to each creature, I think it is. Which, if you ask me, probably should have been in the secret lair for, you know, Storm from the X-Men. It's got her name in it. 4 damage to each creature and each planeswalker. Oh yeah, do not piss her off. But maybe that... Yeah... No. I don't know. Has she ever gone nuclear? So I wouldn't be... Let's put it this way. Has she ever got so bad that Xavier was worried? Anyway, yeah. So that's 4 damage to each creature and each planeswalker. If you want to make sure one of your creatures doesn't die, you turn around and take, okay, that 4 damage that the Storm's Wrath would deal, sure, I don't care about the rest. But the 4 that's going to that is going to that instead. Which now means it's going to probably take 8 damage. And if it wasn't going to die to Storm's Wrath, it's going to die now. Oh no. Oh no. What's her name? Miri the Cursed. Crovax. This is referencing Mary. Well, crap. Yeah, I was today years old when I realized that. Anyway, all that being said, yeah, Core Dirge. I mean, to be fair, if I want a creature to die, I would probably just throw some kind of spot removal on it. But if I want... Yeah, no. I basically want... If I want somebody else to do the dirty work for me, that's where you play Core Dirge. kind of the feeling of you did it to yourself. Oh well, it's almost 11. I'm gonna have to. Waning Worm, 4 mana for 7/6 Vanishing 2. Again, when the last counter is removed, sacrifice it. If you can find a way for this to not enter with counters, this is a 4 mana 7/6. And if you can stifle the trigger, then you just keep the 7/6 and not care. So you've got two ways around it. At which point, you've got a 4 mana 7/6 creature. Okay. Zombie decks will enjoy that. If you're doing the first option, you're probably playing with cards along lines of Solemnity, in which case you're probably playing Orzhov or Orzhov or zombies. Or zombies probably sounds better. Otherwise, you're probably running blue for the stifle effects, in which case you're probably just in, your typical zombies. Phantasmagorian has seen Legacy play in Manaless Dredge before Dredge really shifted over to being a completely different deck type. I mean, saying it's a completely different deck type isn't quite true. Dredge was built on the premise of milling yourself to get stuff out of the graveyard, getting zombies out of that, and then sacrificing the zombies for reasons. But step 1 was get a bunch of stuff in your graveyard. Step 2 was have stuff that, because reasons, would come into play from the graveyard. The stuff that came into play from the graveyard isn't the same stuff that it used to be. Son of a biscuit. Or for the same reasons. But Phantasmagorian, the big thing about Phantasmagorian with Manaless Dredge this never mattered. You mill this. You just using the dredge mechanic, and for those that don't know what I mean when I'm talking about dredge. Dredge originally came out in Ravnica City of Guilds as something, the Golgari did. Part of the life, death, rebirth, thing going on that they kind of had. Dredge 5. Okay? Dredge always has a number. So, Dredge 5, Dredge 3, Dredge 1, Dredge 6. So, at any time you would draw a card, you can replace drawing with milling yourself for that many cards. If you don't have enough cards, you can't use this option. If you do, you mill yourself that many cards and put the card that has dredge back in your hand. You can always choose to draw normally, but dredge gives you the option of milling yourself instead. So, an effect that says draw 3 cards, if you've got 3 cards that have dredge in your graveyard, you know, let's say you've got one that says dredge 4, one that says dredge 5, and one that says dredge 3, let's say. Well, I'll dredge the 5. So instead of drawing my first card, I mill the top 5 cards of my deck. Assuming you've got enough cards in your library to do this. Because here's the key. Draw 3 cards, according to the rules, is exactly identical to draw a card, draw a card, draw a card. According to the rules, because there's no physical difference between an instruction that says draw a card 3 times and an instruction that says draw 3 cards. You are literally taking the top card of your library and putting it in your hand each time. So, you dredge your Stinkweed Imp. So, instead of drawing a card, I will take the top 5 cards of my library and put them in the graveyard. Now I dredge, and Stinky goes back in my hand. Now I'll dredge 4. So I'll put the top 4 cards of my library into my graveyard. Oh look, one of those top 4 cards was a dredge 6. Well, now instead of dredging 3, I'll dredge 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And now I have those 3 cards in my hand instead of the 3 cards I was going to draw. Phantasmagorian allows you to discard 3 cards, like, I don't know, 3 cards that have dredge, as an example, to return this from your graveyard to your hand. Here's the interesting piece. Manaless dredge, A, always chooses to be on the draw. What? Always chooses to be on the draw. The person who gets to make the decision, you know, when it's a new game, you flip a coin or roll a die or whatever, and whoever, you know, wins the coin toss, wins the flip, whatever, they get to decide whether they want to be on the play and have the first turn, or be on the draw, let the opponent go first, but the person going first in a 1v1 format doesn't get to draw a card on their first turn, and the person who does not go first does. Oh, I drew a card for a turn. Oh, I now have 8 cards in hand. Okay. I'll go to my end step. I'll discard down a hand size, and let's say that I discard Phantasmagorian. At any time, because it doesn't say only as a sorcery, you can discard 3 cards to return this from your graveyard to your hand. There's no restriction on how often you can do this. As long as you've got the cards in hand, you can discard 3 cards and return it back to hand. Manaless dredge tend to run like 17 dredgers or thereabouts. And so, on your upkeep, you know, because ideal situation is, on your turn, you draw up to 8, and then, at the end of turn, using the rules of the game to your advantage, you discard a card like Phantasmagorian. On your next turn, let's say on your upkeep, or at the end of your opponent's turn, You discard 3 cards, return this back to your hand. Returning it to your hand on the stack. In response, discard 3 more cards. Hopefully, another Phantasmagorian involved. Return this one back, then it resolves. Return this one back to your hand. So now I have 7. 7 cards. But you've discarded twice. So 1. But the Phantasmagorian's back in your hand. So you now have 2 cards in hand. And you haven't done anything yet. But you've now got 5 cards in your graveyard. At least 1 is likely to have Dredge. Possibly 2. On your upkeep, you see if you've got any upkeep triggers, like exiling something to Icarid. And then on your draw step, well, I start dredging stuff. And go from there. Yeah. The problem, the problem with Phantasmagorian when it comes to Commander is a deck like Dredge is really hard to construct for Commander. Phantasmagorian excels most as a way to discard cards in your graveyard, being in your graveyard already. You really don't want to cast this and try and get it into the graveyard that way. You want it to already be in your graveyard. The problem is, since this came out, for a graveyard-based strategy, there's better cards than Phantasmagorian to be a discard outlet that you probably already do want in play. Collector's Vault comes to mind. 2 to cast, 2 tap, draw a card, discard a card, created treasure token. Stuff of that nature. Just being able to loot regularly and make a treasure token is kind of nice. So, Phantasmagorian, I find much less useful in Commander. I'm not saying it's useless, but I think it's less useful. Oh yes, right cards. Sulfur Elemental. Again, there's a couple ways to play this. First of all, 3 mana for a 3/2 is serviceable. It has flash. Which means you can cast it at any time. It has split second, which means while it's being cast, it's really hard to respond to. You cannot activate most abilities, including stuff that's in your hand. And you can't cast spells. Triggered abilities will still work. And anything that triggers on a mana ability going off will work. But it's really hard to interact with otherwise. White creatures get +1/-1. I mean, this was a big deal when it was in Standard, because it just killed a lot of stuff. This is basically Flowstone for 1 on all white creatures. It's kind of a big deal. This will outright kill soldier tokens and other such creatures. If you've got something like a Painter Servant in play and you name white, everything gets +1 power and -1 toughness, which suddenly means Sulfur Elemental will become a 4/1. A lot of stuff will just come into play dead. I don't think you need to run Painter Servant with this. Honestly, I think this is fine to play as just, quote unquote, a 3 mana split second flash 3/2. I no, I don't have any 3 drops in my Boros stack for the main reason that my general is a 3 drop. They are the big reason there's almost nothing at 3 mana because I plan on casting them on turn 3. But if it wasn't for that, definitely on my radar. Hammerheim Deadeye. Buried in this box, which I know you can't see from here, but it's literally like right here. I have, amongst other things, a deck that is nothing but commons. That is mono red. It was the first commons only commander deck I built. Hammerheim Deadeye was in that. Why? Well, the Echo bit I didn't care about. I didn't expect it to keep around. 4 mana, 3/3. When it enters, destroy target creature with flying. We're talking Commander. Commander is a format where people like to play their angels and their demons and their dragons and their, their killer bees and their, their sphinxes, their sphinxes, Sphinx of the Lost, Sphinx of Lost Truths and whatever else. Their Valgavas. And I see this and it's like, almost every deck that I can think of is going to have some kind of reasonable flying creature. 4 mana, kill it. What? Kill it. How much damage are you doing to it? I'm not. Kill it. What? I said kill it. Kill it with fire. I mean, you see what he's, you see what he's got in here. Definitely killing it with fire. If I do manage to pay the 6 mana, I get to keep it around. But realistically, kill that big flyer you got. Okay. And because Modern Masters, gotta reprint at common. Okay. Realistically, I would play Aftershock instead, but I want more than just Aftershock available, and like I have Aftershock, Fissure, Lava Flow, Introduction to Annihilation in there to kill creatures without having to worry about damage. Hammerheim Deadeye just doesn't hurt to have a little more. Are you playing Giants? I would still play it. Needing a way to actually get dragons and whatever out of the air. Needle Peak Spider. 4 mana for a 4/2 with reach. A 4/2 for 4 mana in red is fine. This has reach. This is Giant Spider with its stats flipped around. This is literally giant spider. One green, three other for 2/4 with reach. One red, three other for 4/2 with reach. It is literally giant spider with its stats flipped around. 4 power with reach is kind of big. Doesn't matter if that doesn't fly. But it's going to slow people down from attacking you. Again, also printed at common. You want ways to stop people from, even with flying creatures, you want to slow them down from attacking you. Needle peak spider is a good starting point. Wow, how can I not get that word out? Lava Core Elemental. 3 mana for 5/3, vanishing 1. Whenever a creature you control deals combat damage to a player, put a time counter on this creature. So, there's a problem, in big air quotes, with this card. The ways that we've talked about, bypassing vanishing don't work here. This you actually have to play legitimately. What? Now, also, creatures have to deal combat damage to a player with this one. So, in my opinion, what this really wants is a couple quick, some. It wants some decent size, not big, but decent size, like 2/2, 3/3 creatures that come into play before this. Attack somebody so that this gets extra counters. Because the problem is that last ability is going to be, even if you had this enter with no counters, as soon as you use this, I was going to say, as soon as you use this, as soon as one of your creatures hits one of your opponents, it's going to end up with a counter on it. You could play this defensively. If you're playing with a card like Solemnity, chances are you're playing you're probably playing a more controlling style game. You're probably less likely to attack. Lava Core Elemental might actually stick around if A, it didn't enter with a counter, as I'm suggesting, and B, because you're not attacking, you're not putting time counters on it. So that is a way to do it. Also, if you've got ways to regularly hold up a stifle effect, and that could just be something as simple as stifle on an Isochron Scepter, then that would also work to keep this around. But, or, alternatively, creatures entering with no, creatures having no abilities. Humility would work. Creature tokens. Nope. Sludge monster. No. Humility is the way you'd have to do it. Yeah, I'm less fond of that now. It's not impossible, but it's harder to make that work the way you want it to work. Molten Firebird is RV Gargoyle. 5 mana, 2/2 flyer, 5 to exile. When it dies, return it to the battlefield under its owner's control at the beginning of the next end step, and you skip your next draw step. Molten Firebird, literally the same card, except ported over to red. And now Phoenix. See, if you notice, like if you checked this piece, if you check this section here and ignore the rest of what's going on around. Whoops. All that you're seeing change is the red mana symbol into a white mana symbol into a red symbol, etc., etc. Yeah, so it's literally the exact same. The size is the same. It's changing. You're seeing changes up here, but look from here all the way down to here, and nothing changes. So, when this creature dies, return to the battlefield under its owner's control at the beginning of your next end step, and you skip your next draw step. So, it's in play. It dies. Goes back to your hand. It goes back to your hand. You're basically getting the Firebird back instead of drawing for your instead of your next draw step. Your next draw step is the fact that the Firebirds come back to hand. 5 mana is a lot for a 2/2 flyer. But it's the fact that you can keep getting this back every turn. You skip your next draw step. And you skip your next draw step. Oh. Oh, that's funny. If you can set lifeline and think of? Whenever a creature dies, next end step. No, I need enduring renewal, don't I? If you drag, if it's a creature. Whenever a creature is put in a. Yes. I need an effect like. I need an effect like enduring renewal. Stuff that will return it later, I can't use. It needs to return it to hand now. But if you can loop that enough, if you've got infinite mana, if you can generate infinite mana, which you're playing Commander, it's easy enough to do it. You generate infinite mana, you can skip your next draw step an infinite number of times. Okay. I mean, it's no Chrono Savant, but that is kinda hilarious. Return to the battlefield under its owner's control. it'll return once. But you'll skip like 1,000 draw steps or whatever. And the reason it has this ability is so that if you don't want to have to worry about this bit, in response to an effect that would kill it, you can exile it. And start getting your draw steps back. Okay, there are ways to make that work. Magus of the Arena. So, Arena itself, also time shifted. Notice a lot of the cards, there's a lot of cards in this set that, or in this block rather, that not only do we have a card that references it, we also have the card that's being referenced. Arena, land, 3 tap, colon. Tap target creature you control and target creature of an opponent's choice they control. So I choose one of mine, you choose one of yours, they tap, those creatures fight each other, aka each of those creatures deals damage equal to its power to the other. Let's go to the original. Choose one of your creatures and have your opponent choose one of his or her creatures. Both target creatures become tapped. Your creature does its power and damage to your opponent's creature, and your opponent's creature does power and its damage to yours. I wonder why by the time the fight mechanic didn't exist yet. When they time shifted it, they turned around and simplified its wording to have it do it at the same time. Oh, I wonder if that might have not have been the same. But that being said, again, pay attention to this bit here and the 3 tap. The wording is identical. And you get a 5/5 for 6 mana. And yeah, if you're looking at the fight mechanic and you want red cards, like this is basically a red creature that will sit there, and because it's 5 power, it's going to deal 5 damage, like it's 3 tap, 5 damage to any target. But if the target has 5 or more power, it's going to finally kill the Magus. So you're probably using it on smaller creatures, which can be, 4/4s. As long as it's not enough to kill the Magus, don't care. Is going to kill a lot. And plus the fact that it can actually kill 2 things. If you've got a way to give it vigilance, it can be, it can potentially kill 3 things a turn cycle, potentially. 1 in combat when attacking. 1 blocking. Well, actually, potentially. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Just by giving it vigilance, it could potentially kill 5 things in a turn cycle. Yeesh. Counter Marauders. 2 mana for, 3/3 with Vanishing 2. When it enters or leaves the battlefield, 1 damage to target player or planeswalker. I mean, again, if you can bypass the Vanishing, I would just look at it as 2 mana, 2 mana, 3/3. When it enters, 1 damage to target opponent. Okay. Although, do keep in mind, it says target player, not target opponent. You can target yourself. Unusual that you would want to do that? I'll leave that as an exercise for the viewer. Blood Knight. We've talked about this one before. This is the Black Knight and White Knight were 2 mana of the appropriate color for 2/2 first strike protection from the other color. I think Legions gave us Silver Knight, which was 2 white for 2/2 first strike protection from red. It took to Blood Knight for us to get 2 red for 2/2 first strike protection from white. This is supposed to be Silver Knight. Sorry, this is supposed to be Silver Knight's Otari's less defense against a wave of chaos, threatening to engulf it. Oh, no. Ballad doesn't need a purpose. The ballad is its own purpose. You don't ask why plague spreads or field burns. Don't ask why I fight. Yeah, okay. But yeah, this is the flip side of Silver Knight. Yeah. Again, you know, this with, like, this with, what are you called? Why am I drawing a blank? This was a Chroma's Memorial. And the reason I'm the reason I'm bringing up a Chroma's Memorial so much in this block, this set specifically, is because it keeps bringing up protection from a color, and a Chroma's Memorial is really important for protection from a color, or in son of a biscuit. Or relevantly here, protection from 2 colors, from black and from red. The rest I don't care about, but we keep looking at protection from blah. Add this to the mix and things get silly. Protection from white, from black, from red means you are left with colorless, green, and blue. And green and blue are not known for having good removal. Like spot creature removal. Not saying they don't have it, but it's much less common. Farfright Mage. No, what? Really? Oh. There's only 2 cards. There's only 2 cards that start off with target creature can't be blocked this turn. So what it... Fear. Can't be blocked except by... Can't be blocked except by... Weird. So there's no actual card that Firefright Mage spell shapes. Interesting. However, artifact creatures, I mean, a lot of decks play some, but some decks don't play any, and it just works out that way. And red creatures, unless you're playing against goblins or dragons, it's gonna have some splash damage against that. Oh, dude. If you've got a Chroma's Memorial, yes, I know, I keep bringing it up. If you've got a Chroma's Memorial out, you can't even be blocked by red. You're down to being blocked by artifact creatures, and they would have to be non-red, non-black artifact creatures. That's kind of funny. And if you do the painter, I mean, no, Painter's Servant added to that mix would just actually, no. No, Painter's Servant added to that mix would just be like bad or redundant. Never mind. Shivan Wumpus would be, I think is Hunted Wumpus, isn't it? No, you're not hunted. Nope. Argothian Worm. That's what it was. Exact same text. Same cost, same size. You've gone from a worm with a U to a beast. Funny thing is, at one point this is being used in some decks as a form of land destruction. Because you cast this, this is one more than what Stone Rain is. But you've got a 6/6 trample, and people don't want to sacrifice land. But if they don't sacrifice land, they've got to deal with a 6/6 trample. So they'll probably sacrifice land and hope to be able to come up with an answer some other way soon enough. You combine this with some actual land destruction, like, like say 4 Stone Rains, 4 Shivan Wumpus, and I don't know, 4 Avalanche Riders, which got time shifted. And that was just going to wreck house. You know, here's 12 pieces of land destruction, 8 of which are actual threats as well. I would assume this would calmly come into play and end up suddenly getting thrown back on top of library. Here's the thing. When this enters, any player may sack a land of their choice. If I play this, actually, if you play this, you get first dibs. Then the next person in turn order. Let's see here. If you, yeah, you're going around. No. Anyway, the next person in turn order makes their choice. Then the next person. Then the next person. And if nobody chooses to, you have a 4 mana 6/6 trample. But you get first dibs, and if you choose not to, the next person has to decide if they're going to. And if they don't, then the person across from you has to decide. And if they don't, it's up to the last person to decide whether or not they're going to. Of course, the fun part is when you're playing, playing this with cards like Torpor Orb, which says, hey, enter the battle, creatures entering the battlefield don't cause abilities to trigger. Okay. So again, there's ways around it. Skirk Shaman. This is basically a 2/2 with fear, except it doesn't have fear. It can only be blocked by artifact creatures and or red creatures. A bit of a theme in this set, for red is stuff its stuff can only be blocked by artifact creatures and or creatures of its own color. I I'll tell you right now, if you're playing goblins, you might want to throw this in just because it's already hard to block. You start throwing down your goblin lords and it's going to start getting dumb, and your opponent's going to go like, I have to block with my dragons now. I'm going to lose dragons. I'm either going to lose dragons or I'm going to die. And then Rough and Tumble. Rough and Tumble, hilarious. It's going to deal damage either to creatures without flying or to creatures with flying. The creatures without flying are only going to take 2, but that's going to wipe up all the, wipe up all the zombies and soldiers and goblins and whatever else. The creatures with flying are going to take 6. And that's going to kill all the demons, the dragons, the angels, the sphinxes, and everything else. I'm generalizing here, obviously. There's dragons that will survive through 6 and this, that, whatever else. But you get the point. So this is going to kill a lot of things. If you want a good flexible removal spell, that only kills half the board. I mean, Rough and Tumble is kind of good, and hilariously, anything that cares about its converted mana cost when it's not on the stack is going to see an 8-drop. So if you're playing with, I don't know, Parker Luck, and you reveal that, you're going to be revealing an 8-drop to your opponent. Green. Suffolk Centaur. Oh my god, I feel this is so overcosted. I also feel like this is a card I should know. Oh yeah, Gerard's Wisdom. Gerard's Wisdom slash Presence of the Wise. Probably Gerard's Wisdom, because it came first. Yeah, Sophic, Wisdom. Yep, that makes sense. Yeah, you're paying 4 mana for 1/1. Pay 4, tap, and discard a card. Gain 2 life for each card in your hand. You have to be drawing enough cards to make this worthwhile. And then you're spending 4 mana on a 1/1. You better be gaining a lot of life regularly to make this worthwhile. Otherwise, just no. Just no. Healing Leaves. Again, Healing Salve ported over to green, which literally does this, except it costs a white mana instead. And yeah, um, honestly, not generally a card I would bother playing. There's a very rare time when it's worth playing, but yeah, generally would not bother. Giant Death Wasp, on the other hand, my mono green commons, or sorry, my mono green, my mono green control deck, I specifically decide wants to beat down with flying creatures to the point where if I could find a green, the number one rule for it was if I could find a green card to do this thing, I will play the green card, even if a colorless card can do it better. I'm playing the green one. Giant Death Boss is in there because it's a 5 mana 3/3 flyer, which is not bad considering you're talking green. Green is not known for getting efficient flyers. It also suspends for 2 mana. So, sure, maybe on turn 6 or so I actually get it, but I only spent 2 mana in the first place. I'm fine. And Octavi Drake, same thing. I get a 2/1 flying haste. Sure, 3 mana on the following turn. Okay, don't care. Sure, I spent 4 mana over 2 turns to get a 2/1 flying haste in green. Okay, I think I may have cut this, but I don't think I did. You're looking for green flyers. Giant Death Boss is really good. Octavi Drake, again, it's a flying hasty creature, so anything. Actually, Giant Death Boss, if you suspend it, also ends up with haste. So if you're looking to burn out your opponents in green, which hilariously is, is potentially doable, yeah, you might want to be looking at them. Speaking of which, Timbermere should probably also be in that deck. I don't think it is. Yes it is. Cool. 4 mana for 5/5 with haste and echo. Echo cost being a couple more mana, but I don't care. When it enters, tap all other creatures. This is going to get through for damage. Um, compare Thundermare, which is where the echo cost comes from. And this, I seem to remember seeing. I think I remember reading that this was designed as a nod to the wife of either somebody that, either somebody from, the wife of somebody from Wizards, or somebody who, like, was, like, the wife of somebody who was close to somebody who worked, something along that line. And this was basically done as a nod to them and, you know, in memoriam sort of thing. But yeah, Timbermere, 4 mana, 5/5 with haste. Comes into play, taps all other creatures. Roar, I'm getting through for damage. Screw you. You know what's going to stop it? A flash blocker, and maybe. Beyond that, forget it. So yeah, if you're looking to play with hasty creatures, I mean, green during Planar Chaos kind of did a lot of that. Utopia Vow, basically they took pacifism, ported it over to green, but said, but they took the white way of handling things. Hey, by the way, look, I'm going to stop you from having X the way you want it, but I'll give you something in return. Utopia Vow. It became I think it was Utopia Tree. Yeah. Utopia Tree from Invasion. 1 green, 1 other. 0/2. Tap and 1 mana of any color. 1 green, 1 other. Enchant creature as tap, add 1 mana of any color. It was a 0/2. It didn't say it couldn't attack. It's just a 0/2. Nobody's going to attack with it unless they've got other ways around it. It got used as a creature that could tap for mana. So this is almost irrelevant. Almost. It's still, it's still pacifism. It's not, it doesn't shut down the creature, but it certainly slows their roll. Pouncing Worm. 4 mana for a 3/3. If you don't kick it, it's a 4 mana 3/3. For an extra 3 mana, it's now a 6/6 with haste. If you're playing with +1 counters, this can end up getting bigger. Like, you drop, say, I don't know. People like to talk about doubling season. It's convenient. I'm sorry. Not really. But, doubling season means it would enter with 6 +1 counters. And so you'd end up with a 9/9 with haste for 7. Which, to be fair, these days is probably not, maybe not far, but probably give another 5 years or so, and that might be a thing. Fadia Seer. Also known as Sinbad. 1 blue, 1 other for 1/1. Draw a card and reveal it. If it is a land card, discard it. Fadia Seer. 1 green, 1 other for 1/1. Draw a card and reveal it. If it is a land card, discard it. The exact same card. So what's the difference? The Seer really wants you to draw lands. The funny thing is, you're still drawing the card reveal regardless. I'm not sure what I think about this card. It's forced discard. So unless you've got a reason to make that forced discard work for you, that's going to be harder. I mean, for the most part, like, I would probably take this card and slide it down somewhere around this area. Like, I would even put the giant dust wasp above it. Fungal behemoth. Parent toughness equal number of +1 counters on creatures you control. Having your creatures enters with +1 counters is easy. You can either build the deck such that a lot of your creatures do that automatically, like Hydras do, or you can just simply play cards like, I'll play Fungus Tribal, and hey, by the way, I have um Master Chef out, and so that all my creatures enter with a +1 counter on them, or something of that nature, as long as I've got my general out. And so Fungal Behemoth at that point, if you're doing that, is going to enter with a +1 counter on it, at least. A number of +1 counters on creatures you control. So it's going to be, if you have nothing else, and it has entered with a +1 counter somehow, it's going to be a 1/1 plus the +1/+1 to make it a 2/2. I think. So 4/4. Yes. Okay. And then 2 green plus X. X can't be 0. Whenever time counter is removed from it while it's exiled, you put +1 counter on target creature. Again, if you're playing with +1 counters, and you're already considering cards like Thrive, green plus X, put +1 counter on each of X target creatures. If you're already considering a card like that, play the Behemoth first. For an extra green over Thrive, yes, this is only happening like once a turn, but it's also happening once a turn. And then when it comes out, you get this, healthy sized creature. If there's 5 counters on stuff, this is going to be a 5/5. Kavu Predator. 2/2 trample. Whenever an opponent gains life, put that many +1 counters on this creature. This needs to see more play. Plain and simple. It needs to see more play. Somebody is always gaining life. Whether it's, whether the deck is designed that way or not, somebody's got a creature with lifelink. Somebody's got a burn spell, like a drain life effect that says, like, X damage to target creature or player, like Corrupt, and you gain that much life. Or, heck, some of my decks run the Capenna auto sack lands. You know, they come into play, sack right away, and you search for a land with 1 of 3 basic land types and shuffle and then gain a life. There's gaining life as random riders to a lot of things. And Kavu Predator is just, It's so easy to just slot into any deck that suddenly wants an inexpensive beater. And if like it's so easy to add it to any deck. You want a 2 mana beater, in green. Do you have no obvious reason not to run it? Run Kavu Predator. Sentinel Wood Readers. A reference to Sentinel Druid. And, other Sentinel cards. Which, if you take Sentinel and read it backwards, it literally spells lunatic. Which, driven mad by the fall of Vargoth. That's how they turned them into lunatics. They went mad. Argoth fell. They went mad. And found peace only in battle. And now Sentinel Wood Readers. 3 mana for 1/4, which averages to a 2/3, which is eh. But if you kick it, paying an extra 3 mana, you get a divination added on. I will point out, kicker is an additional cost. Anything that will reduce a cost, the cost spent to cast the thing, will also reduce kicker costs. So if you're looking to draw cards in green, it's not the best option, but it is an option. Magus the Library would much prefer this. Referencing the 10th member of the Power 9. I'm not joking. People historically have occasionally referred to it as the Power 10. Library of Alexandria. Land. Tap for colors. Tap, draw a card. Activate only if you have exactly 7 cards in hand. Magus the Library. Double green for 1/1. Tap for colors. Tap, draw a card. Activate only if you have exactly 7 cards in hand. It is yeah. My mono green control deck that I mentioned. Yeah, you play this. Get to 7 cards in hand, and then just this will draw you a card every turn just for tapping it. And it's a 2-drop. Really easy to cast, really easy to play. There's only 2 cards that have a gold color identity that are not gold. Hedge Troll. Keep forgetting this is a thing. Wow. As opposed to Sedge Troll. 1 red, 2 other. Troll. +1/+1 unless you control swamp. Black to regenerate. 1 green +2. Troll Cleric. +1/+1 unless you control plains. White to regenerate. Because white is getting a bunch of regeneration in this set, and other colors really don't. Red. Black to regenerate. +1 if you control swamp. 2 colors beside each other. Hedge Troll. Very similar name. Change the first letter. Green. White gets regeneration. White to regenerate. +1 as long as you control plains. Right beside each other on the color wheel. Oh, yes. The stench in the hovel was overpowering. Something loathsome was cooking. Occasionally something surfaced at a thick pace, but my host would casually push it down before he could make out what it was. His abode was clean and bare, not a morsel in sight. I asked him what he ate, fearing the answer. He smiled and said his faith alone sustained him. And maybe something else. And then the Anna Battle Mage. The Battle Mages came from, I want to say Invasion. Let me think here. Yeah, so the Battle Mages. Okay, plain show. The Battle Mages were this color on the color wheel and its two allies for the kicker costs. And the kicker costs did something that was relevant to, those two colors. Anna Battle Mage was this color on the color wheel, and the two that oppose it. The fun part here is that this is referencing the color scheme. This is referencing the name for the color scheme. Like if you go to Anna Disciple, for example, from Apocalypse, green to cast, activation costs of blue and black. No. APC? Okay, so you had Anna. Well, we'll do it this way. Dega was white with black and red opposing, what we now consider Mardu. Seta, blue with red and green, which is Temur. Black with white and green, Abzan. Raka, red with white and blue, which is Jeskai. And Anna is green with blue and black, which is now Sultai. We did try keeping those names for some time, but once Tarkir showed up, because the names ended up being so prominently featured, and I mean Cons of Tarkir, not Tarkir Dragonstorm, which came out recently. Cons of Tarkir 10 years, 12 years, whatever it was ago now. But we tried holding on to these names, but they hardly ever got used. And people would refer to this color combination, for example, as bug. B for black, U for blue, and G for green. I'll explain that part some other time. But here's the fun one. This is 3 to cast, green +2, with a blue +2 kicker, and a black +1 kicker. If you pay the blue kicker, target player discards 3 cards, which is a pretty big deal. I think they're thinking that much because red plus 2 is already meh for, like, green plus 2 for a 2/2 is meh. So they're giving you a bit of a stronger option. But still, you know, you'd be looking at paying an extra mana. So let's take that extra mana and shift it down to the kicker cost. So 4 mana for target player to discard 3 cards is still really good because generally you're looking at Fugue, which is 5. When this creature enters, if you pay the black kicker cost, tap target untapped creature, and that creature deals damage equal to its power to its controller. I don't remember what you're called, but you're a red card. Oh, Backlash. Which makes sense. You're from Invasion, and a Battle Mage is referencing the Battle Mages from Invasion. That's adorable. Alright. Let's try and get through this last bit quickly. Slivers, really big in this set. So are the... Well, let's go through the dragons first. These 5 dragons, they all reference the dragons from Invasion. They're all one of each of 3 different colors. This color plus the 2 that oppose it. 6/6 flyer. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, you may pay 1 mana here plus 2 other. If you do a thing. What do I mean if you do a thing? I mean, if you pay this cost, you get an effect. And the way they were, the way the costs were written back in the day was, it's like, what's the easiest way to parse it? And so for this, it was like, here's green, and then black and blue are beside each other. So we'll do it that way, but we'll just do it in color wheel order. So Vorosh had, so green is the single color, not the pair that oppose it, but the single color. You can pay green plus 2. If you do, 6+1 counters on it. Oros, white plus red and black that oppose it. Combat damage to player, pay white plus 2. If you do, 3 damage to each non-white creature. So it, not Salt Blast, it Sunlances the board. Numot, red plus white blue oppose it. Combat damage to a player, pay red plus 2. If you do, destroy up to 2 target lands. So the cost of a single stone rain, and you get 2. Intet, blue plus red and green oppose it. You may pay blue plus 2. If you do, a paragraph. Exile the top card of your library face down. You may look at it as long as it remains exiled. You may play it without paying its mana cost for as long as Intet remains on the battlefield. So at any point, Here's the thing. If Intet leaves the battlefield and then comes back for any reason, as soon as it leaves the battlefield, even if it's represented by the same card, it has no memory of what it had before. So that card is now, you can still look at it at any time, but you'll never be able to cast it unless you can get it back from exile somehow, which this is Magic, this is not Yu-Gi-Oh! It's really hard to get stuff back from exile. Not impossible, but really hard. But yeah, you're playing a control deck, you probably want Intet. N10 black plus white green that oppose it. You may pay black plus 2. If you do, put target creature card from a graveyard on the battlefield under your control. Reanimate any creature from any graveyard, as long as you can target it. So there's your 5 dragons. Let's just get those out. You've got 5 slivers, 1 for each opposing color pair. White red. Slivers, you get a 1 red, 1 white for a 2/2. Slivers have pay 1 and sack it to deal 1 damage to any target, or pay 1 and sack it to prevent 1 damage to any sliver, player, or planeswalker. Necrotic Sliver. Slivers get pay 3 and sack it, destroy target permanent. Dormant Sliver. Slivers have Defender, but whenever a sliver enters, draw a card for a 2/2. They're all 2/2s, incidentally. Actually, so is the one non-sliver. Frenetic. All slivers have. If this permanent is on the battlefield, flip a coin. If you win the flip, exile this permanent, return to the battlefield under its owner's control at the beginning of the next end step. If you lose the flip, sacrifice it. Can be activated numbers times. Frenetic Ifrit. There used to be a way to... If you win the flip, this creature phases out. There used to be a way to make that... Must have been some odd way it worked back in the rules back in the day. And then Darkheart Sliver. Which referenced Darkheart of the Wood, originally from The Dark, surprise, surprise, reprinted in Ravnica's City of Guilds. Enchantment, sacrifice to gain 3 life. All slivers have sacrifice as permanent, you gain 3 life. Because it's so easy to come up with slivers. And then the one non-sliver, Rada Heir to Keld. 1 red, 1 green for a 2/2. Legendary Elf Warrior. When she attacks, add double red. Tap for green. Which seems kind of odd, but now if you look at some of the stuff that's come out since then, you've got like Omnath. I think it's Omnath, Locus, and Mana. It's the original mono green one. And then like some of the stuff that's come out in Avatar and Was it Edge of Eternities? I forget. But there's some stuff that came out last year or so that says, hey, by the way, um, you don't lose mana until like the end of turn or end of, you know, instead of every step, instead of every step in every phase. It's like you don't lose mana till end of turn. Also, Kamigawa, like original Kamigawa, had some. I think it was the Matsu tribe that said you don't lose mana till end of turn or something like that. Upwelling. There are ways to keep this mana around. Run home, cur. I've already taken your master's head. Don't make me thrash you with it. Meow. Okay. No, that's just hair. Looks cool AF, but yeah. Um. Almost done. Oh my god, no artifacts. No artifacts and one land. And we all know about this one land. It's Urborg, Tomb of Yawgmoth. And it actually is a reference to Blanket of... What do you mean, no? His... Hilariously. So, each land is a swamp in addition to its other types. Oh yeah, I'm gonna fire that one off real quick before I forget about it. Boop. Uh... There we go. Alright. Sorry, I want to fire that off real quick before I forgot about it. But yeah, again, this is a reference to Blanket of Night. Also to, also to Urborg itself. And, like, which was this, which is actually a reasonable card in and of itself. It's a card people forget exists. Urborg, tap for black. Tap, target creature loses first strike or swamp walk till end of turn. Um, but yeah, it's the reason I don't have this as the thumbnail is because A, it's had more printings than just Planar Chaos that people would recognize. Uh, Most relevantly, Ultimate Masters probably shouldn't count that, but M15 definitely. Um, and it does see legitimate actual play outside Commander. Commander is a popular format where it sees play, but it's also been known to see play in, well, when it was in Standard, it saw play there. I don't think it is legal in Pioneer. I can't think of anywhere in Pioneer where it's relevant. It's definitely cropped up in Modern. It does see play in Legacy. So this is a card that's seen play in multiple formats. And so I I can't legitimately say, hey, let's just call this a commander card and go. Now, that being said, next week is Future Sight. Oh my gods. And here's the Chromos Memorial that I like to keep talking about. And yeah. Uh, Horizon Canopy used to be a big deal. Hardly sees any play anywhere anymore. Uh, Delay. Oh my god, Delay is hilarious. Delay is like one of the best splashable counter spells. And when I say splashable, I mean like it's really cheap. It only requires a mana of a single color to cast it. If you're playing an aggro deck of any sort, this basically stops the spell and says, "Okay, I'll kill you before it comes out." Yeah, lots of fun stuff to play with. Anyway, I will see you guys next week. Um, Please, you know, I I do have a I do have a Blue Sky account. Um, I will actually post that real quick on here. I do have some questions, etc., that I occasionally post. Also, if I'm posting about, you know, anything that's an update on when I'm streaming and stuff like that, usually ends up posted there. Usually first, especially because I also have the app on my phone. Uh, X/Twitter, no interest. YouTube, no. Uh, Discord, I'll post it there. Like Discord, I have access to on my phone due to my other job. Well, sorry, due to my job at the LGS. Blue Sky, I figured was worth giving a try. Anyway, I will see you guys next week. Next week's Future Sight. Next week is going to be interesting. Some of these cards in like the top page, I'm already seeing. Yeah, no big deal there. No surprise with that. Some of these are really interesting. Heartwood Storyteller. If you think about it from a certain angle, you can use this towards a mill win in a mono green deck. Anyway, I'll see you guys next week. Adios, everyone. Ta-ra for now. Bye.